10 seconds. Do you think that 10 seconds is a grasping content? I, no way. You have to resort to what is called as a deep reading. And there the librarians are answering this question, helping you to uh, read correctly. So read with what? Read by marking. You should be able to actually, what you can say is that notice appropriate content and note it down. That notice and note technique is so important. Libraries are teaching that. And that is the reason I believe that this support system, what has been considered as by the NAC, is not just a support system. I believe it is in a true sense heart of the educational venture, academic venture, and it is doing much, much more than what it is expected to. And I appeal particularly the administrators, if they are there in this group, that they should actually strengthen this support system as much as possible with human resources and technology and infrastructure. As a result of that, they will be able to contribute even more in better implementation of the national education policy. With that, of course, thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my points as per the national education policy and the role of libraries is concerned. Thank you very much, the organizers, Dr. Kishore Wagmari and Kalasekar College. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your sharing valuable insights on NEP with respect to higher education and libraries' role in successful implementation of NEP. It leaves us inspired and enlightened for sure. Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, our next keynote speaker, it is a privilege for me to introduce Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir, a visionary whose contribution have left an indelible mark on our profession. His passion for excellence and his dedication to advancing in our industry have earned him widespread acclaim. Sir's biodata is exceptionally impressive, I must say. It reflects a distinguished career marked by remarkable achievement and expertise. To put down in a summarized way, I would start. He did MCOM, MBA, MDBA, DTL, GDCNA, DFM, CFAP, CA Enter, and PhD. He's an industrial turned academician, researcher, and trainer with more than 21 years of experience in the Sultanate of Oman, United Arab Emirates, and India within the field of accounting, finance, and taxation, forensic accounting, human resource management and soft skills, research methodology, general management. He has 9 years of experience in industry and since 2009 in academics. Industry experience and exposure in sectors like manufacturing, retail, beverage industry, and import-export. Training and consultancy for the banks, corporate sector companies, and educational institutions with the customized training, learning, and development programs. He has also an author of a textbook for management accounting at the BBA level. He has participated, presented, and been a keynote speaker at several national and international level conferences, conclaves, seminar, workshop, and faculty development programs. Currently, he is working with the University of Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. Few organizations in India and abroad, wherein training, consultancy, keynote speeches, guest sessions have been conducted by Dr. Abhijit Kelkar Sir, are National Law Institute, University, Bhopal, Crime Investigation Department, Headquarter Maharashtra State Police, India, Center for Police Research, Maharashtra State Police, India, Raj Industry, Symbiosis Law School, Symbiosis International University, ICICI Bank, Sanders, India, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Ritter Group, Tyco Electronics, Bridgestone Tires, Al Ahliya General Tradings at United Arab Emirates, National Training Center at Sultanate of Oman, Department of Commerce and Business Management, Vishwakarma University, NTRC Business School, University of France, Indian School, Muscat, Sultanate of Oman, And to name few areas contributed as a trainer, keynote speaker, resource person, and guest speakers, it's research methodology, e-commerce frauds, financial credit worthiness, internal checks and controls in organization, HR behavior and soft skills, productivity and profitability planning and improvements, finance for non-finance, management information system, forensic accounting, financial modelings, and many more. I would request everyone to please join me in extending a warm round of applause for our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Abhijit Kilkar, sir. I would
Yes,
request Kilkar sir to please address the conference.
yeah, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this nice introduction of mine. And in the beginning, only at the outset, I would like to thank the authorities of AE Kalasekar Degree College, Mumbai, for this opportunity to interact with our attendees and just to share our experience, just to share some views and whatever the research journey or publications or overall academic journey so far we have covered, we in the sense all the speakers in this conference. And before I really begin, I would like to thank Dr. Kishore Wagmare, also Wagmare Brothers Event Management Company. uh, I have been associated with them for last couple of years, but I would say that the way in which Wagmare brothers have organized the conferences, it's not really a simple task as such, because generally people look at it from the different angle, different perspective. Okay, have some association with one or the other academic institutions, and just get tied up with them, have some kind of conference, have some fees charged, and just earn some revenue. But it is something which is much much beyond that. I must say that at the end of the day, it requires a lot of research itself in getting into the new types of conferences. And the conferences are not really means of I would say uh, just gatherings together, but really, if you want to have a value addition, if you really want to have innovative and creativity based topics for the conferences or themes for the conferences, it requires a lot of homework, a lot of groundwork, a lot of research which they have been doing. And really hats off to them, because it's not really a simple thing. When we organize one conference at our university also, we know how much efforts are required, how many students are involved, how much planning is required. But to keep on organizing such kind of conferences continuously, it's not really a joke. I must vouch for that. And I hope all of you will agree, because some of you, I was just going through, are academicians also. Some of you could be industry persons, some of you could be pursuing your PhD, some of you could be merely the students. So with this, thanking Dr. Kishore also, and of
Thank you,
course
sir.
AE
Thank you, sir.
Kalsekar Degree College.
From
I
the
just I just would
Wagner
like to
Brothers
start.
group of companies for giving you very positive raise. Thank you for that. Thank you, sir.
No, no, I really mean it. Thank you so much. Now, let me just start sharing something with you. Today's topic of mine is not really something which I am going to talk about, because I keep on talking about different topics, and we try to bring some innovativeness in the topics which we share always. Before me, Dr. Kumbhar sir also had a very good inputs, and it's indeed a great pleasure listening to Dr. Kumbhar sir always, because I have been listening to him for last so many conferences. Before him, Dr. Jenice also shared with you artificial intelligence related and data collection, typically data collection tools and so on and so forth. My inputs today, or perhaps I won't call it as inputs, but my sharing of my experiences, my views with you today is perhaps on some different or unique topic, which is nothing but a research journey. Basically, the research journey of us from the beginners to expert level. Now, here when I use the word expert, doesn't mean ki we all expert stage means we don't have to learn anything new. You can remember when Lataji used to say, Lata Mangeshkar, the late Lata Mangeshkar, Lataji used to say that I need to learn something new. A.R. Rahman says the same thing. Sachin Tendulkar says the same thing. So when all of them are have attained huge heights, perhaps the most promising heights in their own fields, still they say they are learning. So definitely we are going to be the students. So here when I say experts, doesn't mean that we know everything or we don't have to learn anything new, but expert in the sense we have got something to share with somebody else. We have got perhaps our views more widened or broadened in terms of knowledge, database, views, or perhaps the analytical mindset, and so on and so forth. Otherwise every research is a totally altogether new experience. So from the beginners to experts level or to a better level, how that journey should be, that is something which I'm going to talk today, and I'm going to share with you some of the ppts of mine. Friends, please try to understand that this world is totally a competitive world. Everything is ROI based. There is a typical concept in finance called as ROI, return on investment. So everything is ROI based. Everything is business model based, whether you and me agree with it or not. No, no, no. Education is a very noble thing. Of course, at the end of the day, it remains to be the business, and it has to remain to be the business. If it has to be the competitive, it has to prove itself. It has to sustain for a long period of time. Obviously it has to have a business model. So those who really oppose that, no, 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 education is not a business model, I don't call it as a business model in terms of or in the context of corporate world, but definitely it's indeed a business model. Every educational field, every educational institution has to have that business model essence in it, if it has to sustain for a long period of time. Because if you and me agree or do not agree, at the end of the day it is revenue based model only. It's money only on the basis of which you can plan, and all further progressing can be done only on the basis of emotions, and only on the basis of good plans nothing happens. So same thing when we talk about as a researcher, our journey should begin very moderate, with a very moderate approach. Nowadays the trend is very much shortcut, and within the short span of time maximum returns. ROI concept is being adopted and applied by all of us in a very wrong way, in a way I would like to say. The reason being, there is nobody wants to stop, nobody wants to wait, nobody has got that patience to go ahead with systematic approach. Everybody wants to become a stalwart in a day or two, which is not really possible as such. And that's the reason why, as a beginner of the research, some of you are already PhD holders, so I'm not it's not applicable to them as such. But those who have really recently started their research journey, I would like to share with all of you that don't aim for the Scopus indexed publication in one day or two. It is not at all possible for anybody. It's not possible at all. When the research journey has recently started, how can we expect ourselves to publish our work in one of the world's renowned journals, which is next to impossible? And if you are getting it done somehow, then it is something which we are playing with the business ethics, or typically ethics of the research, because research ethics are something which is pretty much important thing which we must understand. So as a beginner, our journey should start with a very small kind of national level workshop or seminar or book review or something that sort of, which will give us enough confidence to go through the data, to collect the data. First of all, what are the difficulties in that, what are the difficulties in analyzing the data? Don't go for ANCOVA and ANOVA and cluster approach and so on. Not possible at all, not required also at the in the beginning. Don't go for SPSS, don't go for any. Simple correlation is important enough, it's sufficient enough. Frequency also is sufficient enough in the beginning, because when you try to do your research in the begin with the beginner's approach, it becomes very, 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 I would say, basic level research which others are also aware of. So we cannot portray ourselves at a very high level when we are doing our first research conference or first research any assignment as such. So not possible at all for us. So go for book review, go for some speech in seminar or conference or workshop, or one day kind of conclave or something like that sort of. CII organizes mini conclaves in and around big cities, especially in metropolitan cities. If some of the metropolitan cities are near to you, please visit that CII conclave, ask some questions to the speakers, note it down, make a note of it, make a diary in which you will have the systematic approach of what was the topic, who said what was the input given by them, what message I got within myself, and that is the just a report of it. Kind of thing will boost your confidence, will give you enough knowledge to at least record something, to note down something. Here the problem is everybody wants to publish in the Scopus indexed publication from the day one, and my resume should start publishing or start producing only research publications which are Scopus indexed, which is not possible at all, and logically it is not possible also. Please mind well that the universities all over the world, especially we are in academics or even the industry for that sake, because when I was in the corporate sector, I do remember the resumes, the CVs are scrutinized like anything. They are filtered like hell. Believe me, each and every word of your CV is being analyzed, scrutinized, interpreted, and so on. So, not a single word in our CV should be something which is highlighted or windowed raised or created a rosy picture kind of. Everything in our CV has to have the really things done by us, real things done by us genuinely. So authenticity, validity, genuineness of whatever we portray in our research has to be established by us. Because there is a last time Janice Fernandez, the before Dr. Kumbar, she was the speaker. All of you must have heard. Last conference, I still remember, she had spoken about getting the things done through somebody else. And that's what I would like to highlight today also. Please try to understand, friends, do not get your work done through anybody. Not a single percent help you get it done through anybody. Let your research publications may not be voluminous, or quantity plays a role, no doubt, but quality plays more role than the quantity. Please believe me. Those who, if you say that I have got 20 publications so far and it's my second year in the research, it is next to impossible. A good researcher will definitely make it out. How come you could make 20 research publications? Mind well. Doesn't mean, I'm not making it as a generalized statement. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not making it as a generalized statement. It could be possible for some extraordinarily, exceptionally, proficient or efficient researcher. But are we in that category? We should ask a question to ourselves. So, not possible. When I'm in the first year of my research career, when I'm into the first year of my entering into the field of doctorate or PhD pursuing, and how can I publish 20 research publications? I have seen a resume wherein 35 publications, 40 publications, but most of them third authors, fourth authors. Believe me, nowadays the trend is most of the international universities do not value, I didn't say do not recognize, so mind well, please don't misunderstand, I didn't say do not recognize, but do not value your third and fourth author contribution. No, it has to be first or maximum second. Please mind well. So that is the reason why you have to be very careful, and in order to produce your own research output in your own way as a first author or in totally independent output of your own, it requires a lot of time, it requires a lot of knowledge, it requires a lot of groundwork, homework, preparation, data collection, and last but not the least, a knowledge of the entire research process. So start with the book review. Don't go for any kind of there are informal cartels also. Believe me, in some of the universities in UAE, I have observed this. I won't comment for the entire part of the world because I'm not really aware. But in UAE, I have got some friends who keep on sharing with me in our university also. Whenever any new resume comes, whenever any new CV comes for the recruitment, irrespective of the domain, whether it is for the business or for IT or for architecture or for engineering, the first and the foremost thing we say, how much he has experience as an academician and how many research publications he or she has got. Generally, if you ask the expert or those who are very good names in the research field. Believe me, my friends, in order to create one good research paper for a Scopus indexed publication, it takes around 5 to 6 months. Can you imagine? It takes 5 to 6 months in minimum, huh, I would say. There are people whom I know who have been writing a research paper for 8 months or 9 months. I'm not talking about them, but at least on an average 5 to 6 months are required in order to produce one good paper for Scopus indexed, very highly reviewed and very highly ranked journal by the Scopus authorities. On the top of that, after you do the work for 6 months, you will send it to them. Those guys will come back to you after 5 6 months. So almost it's an affair of more than 1 year and 2 months or 3 months in order to get one paper published which is in your name in that good journal. And in a year we are producing 20 research publications and 15 research publications for the sake of quantity. Believe me, they are considered as quantity only. So if we are doing so, first and the foremost thing, our approach should be moderate enough. We should be honest enough, following the ethical norms. We should start with a very, very low level and basic level with the book reviews, attending of the conferences, conclaves. Do not participate actively, just observe, get the data, write it down, show it to your peers, show it to your seniors, show it to your HODs, show it to your deans. This is something which I have done. Can you just assess this from the research angle and tell me what it lacks? They will give you some idea. Start reading some good material. This is in addition to the pursuing of the PhD, in which our formal training as a researcher goes on. That is a side by side thing which continuously it will go on. But from your own side, don't dream for the high level publication in the first stage. Number one. Number two, try to become a single author, first author, or at the most second author, and do it genuinely, because there are many informal cartels nowadays existing all over the world. कि भैया मैं मेरा एक पेपर लिख रहा हूं, तेरा नाम डाल देता हूं, आप जब लिखोगे तो मेरा नाम डाल देना. आई एम टेलिंग इट ओपनली, बट बिलीव मी, that is pretty much being scrutinized by the universities or the assessing authorities, and the value of such output is to that extent only. When it is your own baby, everybody values it. When 4 5 persons come together, doesn't mean, please don't misunderstand me, I'm not saying ki collaborative work or joint work is something which is to be discouraged. I'm not saying that. Collaborative work or joint publications are definitely going to be there, but provided it's a cross functional in your own area. Perhaps the impact of financial management in recruitment and selections post COVID, then you as a finance person, somebody as HR person, somebody as management or I would say strategic management expert, all three of you are coming together and producing one paper in which each and every person is representing some subset of or subdomain of the main business administration or management domain. That is pretty much accepted. But me as a finance and auditing or forensic accounting or general management person, contributing in AI as a learning tool for or AI as a replacement for languages in computer programming, I don't have any role to play in that. How can I be the second or third or fourth author also? And people will look into that. So that try to understand to that extent that whether what I'm writing, in which I'm contributing, or wherever my name is appearing, is it really connected to my field of or my area of specialization? And if the answer is yes, perhaps go ahead. If answer is no, just for the sake of quantum, if you want to, or perhaps I can contribute in aeronautical engineering also, astrology also, nobody stops me. But do I have any role, do I have any connect? The matter to think of. And please think of this, because when it comes to recruitment, when it comes to promotion, when it comes to assessment of your research output, when it comes to your own assessment as such, all these points are carefully scrutinized, and these are one of the benchmarking points on the basis of which you are being assessed. Mind well. So moderate approach, start with the basic thing: genuineness, authenticity of your own work. Cross functional working is pretty much required, but ensure that you have a good connect. Then avoid to be the third author or fourth author only for the sake of relations and for increasing the quantum. Try to be first and second author. Then next point which I would like to tell you is, Scopus indexed publications. When it comes to scope, those who are in the middle of their scope, or those who are in your expert stage, I would say, or those who have published a lot of things in Scopus indexed, or those who are working at a very high level also currently, or those who are just in the middle level, they have passed that stage of being a beginner as such. Please try to understand, please ensure that whenever you publish anything, have the proof of your evidence to the maximum possible extent. Yani, make one folder. Yani, see, you might think what this person is talking about. This is very common sense. We know this. But believe me, my friends, we often do such kind of mistakes, and wherein we only get caught, because this is especially nowadays happening in the Scopus indexed publications, because Scopus is not your friend. In the sense, any Scopus authorities are not your friends who are going to be in touch with you each and every day. So every day, any change in the Scopus, you are going to get communicated instantly. It is not going to happen. So currently, there are many journals which are Scopus indexed, but which do not have their existence in the Scopus indexed list next year. So now the big question mark comes, if I have published something in 2021 and that journal's name was Scopus indexed at that point of time. And today, when I go for the interview, my assessor or my interviewer tells me that, perhaps, doctor, you say that you have got 10 Scopus indexed publications, but we have gone through that. Out of those 10, perhaps 9 journals are discontinued now. So for us, you are in one Scopus indexed journal. So your Scopus indexed publication is one only. And whereas you say it is 10. Because at the time when you published, that journal was there in the Scopus indexed list. Then what is the best source to do that? Now, two things are there. Number one, whenever the journal is published, that Scopus listing on the Scopus website as well as on that journal's website, make the screenshot with the date and timing and keep it in your folder. Number one. And number two, get your paper indexed by the Scopus also. Please try to understand. Yani, uh, not about the journal, ask, write to the Scopus authorities. Scopus guys index, because there are many researchers which I have seen, which I keep on discussing. It has happened once in my case also. Scopus has indexed the journal, but Scopus doesn't recognize the journal in which you have published is indexed by the Scopus, but Scopus didn't uh, index the paper which you have written. That is something irony, that is something the tragedy, or perhaps the joke of the day, but it happens. So don't stop at the moment the journal is indexed by the Scopus, so I have got one Scopus index publication. No, after every publication, write to the Scopus and tell them to index your own individual paper also, which Scopus guys do, and then get the inputs from the Scopus in the form of email. So journal website proof that they are Scopus indexed currently, then Scopus website proof that the journal is indexed by them, and number three, email from the Scopus authorities that we index not only journal but your research paper also. These three evidences are sufficient enough for you in future. Even if the journal is discontinued, nobody can take out that credit from you. Okay, you have published in Scopus indexed publication. Otherwise, what happens? Generally, we don't have any proof. Currently, the journals are pretty much indexed. Next year, what will happen? We really don't know. Scopus till February or March, I would say. Recently, they have updated their 2024 listing, which is really, we wrote to Scopus Index authorities. Our research department wrote to them at least 1,000 times. Why you guys are not updating it? We are relying on you. Your indexed journals are highly valued. So why you guys are not really prompt enough? Because year ended on 31st of December in 2024. I think after 15th of March, recently, they have updated their list, and now 2024 complete indexed journals by Scopus authorities are available on their website. But why March 15th? Why 3.5 months? That is something, because till that moment you are on that time bomb. You really don't know whether my scope publication is Scopus indexed or not. That is number one. So please ensure that you're in, because you have done a lot of efforts, time, cost, everything, and at the end of the day, one simple email will, or one any Tom, Dick, and Harry will tell you that your journal is not indexed by Scopus, so it is not a Scopus indexed publication. No. So you have to give reward to yourself. You have to give justice to your own work. That is what is something which is the next part. Then, one more thing which I would like to tell you, friends, that please be behind the journals who are not charging. Nowadays, every universities, I'm not aware about universities in India currently, even though I have worked in India before in Symbiosis or in Vishwakarma, but currently in at least in GCC, I can say, Gulf countries, most of the budgets, research budgets of the universities are squeezed. It is not very freely available. The funds are not very freely available. You guys want something, take this, publish it, no problem. No, they are very pretty much choosy because financial constraints are there. And that is the reason why target those journals which are not charging. Believe me, there are many highly reviewed, peer reviewed, and Scopus indexed journals which do not charge a single pi, single dirham, a single dollar, or whatever it may be. They do not charge anything. There are still journals. Only thing is, as we want instant and immediate outcomes, we are behind these publication charges. Of course, publication charges is a very common thing nowadays. Universities do reimburse that, but please target, if you are having two publications, at least one, go for the journal which is not charging you anything. Let them give you the answer after 6 months, no problem, wait. But it will be a free of cost Scopus indexed publication. And the second one, you go for publication based journal which is also Scopus indexed, but you will have to pay for it, or your university will have to sponsor for that. That is number one. So get it sponsored. And for that, industry or any authority, governmental or non-governmental authority, rely on that. Go for the sponsoring, go for the sponsorship. Tell them, do you have any role? We have our industry community or community engagement program, in which we do everything free of cost. And that is the hot cake which is shown to the, that is the temptation shown to the industry. Let me tell it openly, we don't charge anything for the training programs. At our university there is a policy, we don't charge anything for the training programs, we do it free of cost. But in return, we strive to get some research projects from them, and those are paid basis. So we will provide you free of cost training, whatever it may be, in terms of HR, marketing, finance, IT, soft skills, whatever it may be. We will provide entirely free of cost, 2 days, 3 days, 4 branches, 6 offices, 100 employees, no problem. But give us some project which will give enough inputs for the researchers as well as for the student. So have a joint publication with the students, make them work for the data collection so that you can work for the data analysis and some higher level work, because most of the researchers time is getting spent, I won't call it as wasted, but getting spent most of the time in data collection only. So let the students do the basic work. Of course their name also will be published, I'm not saying you don't give them the credit, but little higher level, little advanced level, little glamorous, more creamy work we can have, as a joint publication. So with the students we can have some joint publication also, have a sponsored projects, strive for it. If your university has got budget, then have industry institute interface, go to the industry, ask them that what are the areas in which you are doing, as it is you want to spend, and you will give it to somebody else. So give half of that, quarter of that to us. We will do some research and produce some concrete deliverables for you which could help you. And it's a continuous process. Maybe in first meeting they may not give you anything, but it's a consistent process. We have to meet at least on an average 10 times to one industry person in order to get some good project from him. In the last month only we had some discussion, interesting fact came out. Industry doesn't even allow you to stand in front of them in first stroke. So we have to prove ourselves, who are we, what can we do for them. But the moment industry understands that you are beneficial to them, there is ROI. Industry also works on ROI concept only. Perhaps they will give you good projects and have some kind of cross functional things, but within the business domain. So business and engineering cannot be the cross functional, obviously not. Business and IT cannot be. Within business, of course, HR, marketing, operations, and so on and so forth, kind of stuff. Yeah. So this is a kind of some work which you should target, and have innovative Am I
What, sir?
audible? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Have innovativeness, creativity. For example, working capital management. I'm talking about finance. For example, working capital management, microfinance groups, profitability analysis, ratio analysis, technical analysis, fundamental analysis. Pretty much millions and billions of research papers are already there. How AI can be used in finance, how fintech can take over the finance jobs. Janice had really given a very good input. AI is not going to get our jobs. Those persons who are equipped with AI are going to get our jobs. That is what something. AI is something which is not really going to be replacing the human beings, but obviously we need to get equipped with much more newer versions of our own domains, and that is why we have to be ready for learning something new. So such kind of creativity based topics like fintech or budgeting or profitability analysis from the corporate perspective, or role of taxation in the planning, tax evasion, or impact of GST all over the world, kind of some kind of uniqueness, difference. If your topic is different, perhaps it will attract more attention, and you will also get lot many things to search for. Otherwise, all commonly applied topics, if you do as a beginner, it is always advisable, it is always welcome. But as we grow further in our career, in our research journey, we have to progress, and that is what something which you should understand. Just I will show you some 2 3 ppts, just for the sake of making a gist of what I have spoken just now, and then I will end my session. Vagamari sir, can I share the screen?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. So just a minute. Yeah. So I believe everybody can
Visible. Visible.
Yes, sir.
see this. That's it. So this is something which you have to keep it in mind. You have to hit the correct circle, and research journey is like that only. Every publication of yours need not be very highly praised or highly recognized. Need not be. It could be some work could be very nice, some work could be average, some work could be extraordinary. So you have to hit the target, but ensure that it is definitely going to have some kind of appeals through your outcomes. Where to go? Paths are very much. One path goes to unethical approach, wherein you are going to get the work done through somebody else. With the, of course, avoid that path. One path could be there in which you are going to be just joint publications only. There are many CVs which I have come across. Not a single publication. All are joint publications, and that questions your competence as a researcher. Please try to understand. So you have to have the individual or one author or your own publications by default. There is no second thought about it. Obviously, even though joint publications are not really completely discouraged as such, but the major proportion should be as an individual author. Then one way could be looking at it is just portraying on the quantity rather than the quality. Of course, quantity is important, but quality is also important. The journals in which you publish, the topics on which you write, and your citations have got lot many I would say value points as compared to merely the
last year
publication
जो
numbers.
एमएसटी था
One way could
वो
go
आधुनिक
to
हिंदी काव्य होता
directly
था
publishing
अभी
at
भी
a
जो
high level
आधुनिक
through
ये
somebody,
कविता
or
है
scopus
अभी
index
जो
journals with high publication fees. Avoid all these roles. Have a kind of good journey from beginner to an expert, or to a good level or better level, I would say. And start with a moderate approach, book reviews, followed by that, then little bit national level conferences, thereafter international level conferences in the country, and thereafter international level conferences all over the world. Journal also go for some basic level journal, non-scopus, no problem. Thereafter, aim for the scopus indexed publications at a latter stage of your career. Latter stage means, now what is latter stage? There is no mathematics involved in that. For somebody, latter stage could be the second year or third year. For somebody, it could be fifth year, or for somebody, it could be the first year. But generally, in the first year, scopus indexed publications is something which is a surprising, that will raise the question for from the perspective of the assessor as such. So remember a few things: connect mapped outcomes of research and creativity, perception, perspective, prerequisites, probabilities. All these P's are there: presentations, possibilities, prerequisites. All these P you have to understand while doing your research, while publishing your research work. List is inclusive. As I said, this is something which is just in order to give you some inputs. Many P's can be added in that, but when, how, who, why, where, and many more questions. So we have to take our own call. The area in which I am working, who are my competitors, who are my who are sailing in my same boat, who are my competitors, who are my targets, who are my targeted topics, which are my targeted topics rather, who are my targeted respondents. What is going to be the role of statistic? Many people are under the impression that if I use a lot of statistical tools, it means the paper will weigh little high in terms of publication. Of course, to a certain extent, it is a true thing that a good research paper has to have a good statistical tool included in that, or tools included in that. But please don't remember, please don't forget, please don't forget that there are many good papers in which hardly statistical tools are used, but they are really good in terms of concept and qualitative papers, which are also published by the Scopus indexed journal. So statistics should be used without fail. But as I said, start with pretty much basic thing. Just go for frequency. That's it. How many times percentage, bar chart, pie chart, and so on. That's it. Thereafter, go for chi-square, correlation, regression. Then perhaps go for some ANOVA, and so on. And then the sky is the limit. Believe me, we are not statisticians. We are researchers. Everybody is not a statistician. So don't do your research with the perspective of statistics in your mind as if you are a statistician. You are a researcher. Of course, statistics is invariably to be used, definitely required, but at what level, to what extent, and for what purpose, that we have to decide as a researcher. That's it. So this is just a jigsaw puzzle, I would like to say. Because of the time, I'm just restricting myself. This is a jigsaw puzzle which you should keep it in mind, which you should keep it in mind as this is a jigsaw puzzle which you should keep it in mind, which is to be fitted in what category in terms of quantum, quality, journals targeted, topics targeted, respondents targeted, sponsorships targeted, cross-functional areas targeted, level of publications targeted, and so on. And perhaps then we will emerge as a good researcher, and your publications will speak through that. And last but not the least, AI based, as Janice was talking, I will just end my speech now. As Dr. Janice was talking, uh, I do get lot many assignments done by the students nowadays with the help of AI. And Turnitin, all our assignments are screened through Turnitin. Turnitin based assignments are there, wherein Turnitin is showing 2% similarity index, 3% similarity index. Even AI is not able to trace. Turnitin is not able to trace AI based tools which you are using nowadays. Even in some time before, Turnitin was also having AI mode, in which Turnitin used to give 0% index, similarity index, but AI used to give some percentage of index in which AI is being used. But Turnitin has removed it for some reason. I really don't know what is the reason. But mind well, at the end of the day, it's our conscious and ethics which will play the role. If you want to fool the world at large, you can always fool them at any moment of time. But at the end, when you will be appearing for the interview or performance appraisal, or as a speaker, or as a guest keynote speaker, or wherever you are going to interact with the community, your knowledge will come out within a single minute, whether you have genuinely done something like that sort of, or you just you know threw some dust into the eyes of the world. So ultimately, Zamir or conscious is the best judge and is the best assessor of our own. So forget about AI based tools or this and that. If I have done my research, whatever it level may be, some of extraordinary researcher could say ki it's a mediocre research. Oh, fine, no problem. but whatever is done genuinely by me, and that is what will grow you as a researcher. That is what we believe in, that is what our seniors say, which I am just portraying on their behalf. That's it, not as in the capacity of being a senior or something. Obviously I am also learning many things which I also don't know, but whatever I have heard, whatever I have learned so far, I'm just trying to convey that message. So thank you so much. I hope you got overall idea of what your research journey should be, what you should aim for, and where you should go, having good clarity. Thank you so much for AE Kalsekar College, and once again Dr. Wagmare for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
As per the suggestions, as per the feedback, and as per the participation, some of the messages saying that your lecture was very outstanding, sir. Very
Thank you
informative.
so
Thank you,
much.
sir.
I
Thank
take
you,
that
sir.
always.
For behalf
Thank you.
of Kalsekar College, behalf of my company, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. It is an excellent one.
Thank you. Thank you. If any question is there, perhaps you can just raise that. Otherwise, over to you, Wagmare sir. We can take the questions even at a later
Dear
stage. No problem.
participant, do you having some question regarding Abhijit sir, Kelkar sir lecture? किसको क्वेश्चन है, क्या पूछने का है किसको?
Sir, I would like to ask one question.
Yeah,
Myself,
please.
Dr. Sandhya. Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Am I
afternoon.
audible, sir?
Yeah,
आपका
clearly.
आवाज आ रहा है, yes.
Okay. Sir, I would like ask one question that is there any particular plagiarism software so that we could check the plagiarism, not similarity index, sir?
No, see, Turnitin plagiarism is Turnitin is always a commonly applied tool. In addition to Turnitin, there are some 2 3 softwares, but most of them are very costly. So most of the universities have commonly applied a Turnitin, and I just told you similarity index because in students' case we do have similarity index, but plagiarism check is always done in a detailed way. If you go for Turnitin, there is a plagiarism report, generate report in terms of when you go for the Turnitin output, create its own copy or generate its own copy, which is Turnitin based copy, that will give you paragraph wise plagiarism, percentage wise plagiarism, whatever is being copied from which university, which are the external sources, those sources which you can include or exclude also. So that way, Turnitin is completely, there is some Excel also, X, not EXCEL, X, and something like, which is US based software which our university has got, but hardly anybody uses it. Turnitin is something which is people are using commonly. So not only similarity index, but in detailed plagiarism report percentage wise with the sources also is available.
Okay, sir. Okay,
आपका
sir.
next
Thank you, sir.
turn आने वाला है.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are immensely grateful for your generosity in sharing your expertise and experiences, sir. It really enriched our understanding and broadened our perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
As we transition into our technical sessions ahead, let's pause for a
No.
moment
There
to
is a
express
one lecture is
gratitude.
remaining. Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, madam lecture. It is belongs to the Commerce Department, University of Mumbai. Who will read the
Okay, sir, give me
biodata? Kinnari Thakkar. Is this available, Kinnari Thakkar, madam?
Yes, sir, I'll do it. Okay. So we have gathered here today from around the globe. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to introduce someone whose contribution to our industry have been nothing short of remarkable. Her insight and innovation have not only shaped the landscape of our field, but have also inspired countless individuals to strive for excellence. And here I'm talking about CMA Dr. Kinnari Thakkar ma'am. She is a professor, Department of Commerce, University of Mumbai Santa Cruz East, PhD. She is an MBA in Finance, Cost and Management Accountant, Company Secretary, and also a gold medalist from Mumbai University in MCOM. She has total 23 years of experience. Her area of specialization is in finance and accountancy, and she was a former principal of SIES College of Commerce and Economics as well, Mumbai. She has bagged several awards, teaching and academic awards. To name a few, she was a recipient of Eminent Academic Leader Award 2021 from 12OR, a registered NMME with Ministry of MSME, Government of India. She was also a recipient of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for Teaching Excellence 2018, recipient of Shiksha Ratna Puraskar for meritorious performance in teaching. When we talk about academic awards, she has won Shri MA Master Memorial Gold Medal for securing highest marks in the MCOM examination, the Sindham College of Commerce and Economics Golden Jubilee Gold Trust Medal, the Government Dakshana Scholarship as well. She has 2 patents that are granted and 4 are published. She has co-authored 6 books in the subject of accountancy and finance. She has organized 4 international conferences, 7 faculty development programs, 6 webinars, and 5 workshops, 1 refresher course sponsored by RUSA, and 2 capacity building programs sponsored by ICSSR. She has uploaded publications on website of NCRT as well. She has contributed in the development of 2 modules as a member of working group committee for development of workbook and handbook for NVEQF Level 4 Retail Management for NCERT under MHRD Government of India. When we talk about her academic experience, she was chairperson, Board of Studies in Banking and Finance, University of Mumbai. She was also a member of Board of Studies in Accountancy, University of Mumbai, special invitee of University of Mumbai for Board of Studies in Business Management. She was co-opted member of the Board of Studies in Commerce for SNDT University, Pune University, and Bharati Vidyapeeth University. She was member of Research Cognition Committee, Pune University, PhD Guide in Accountancy, University of Mumbai, and MPhil Guide in Commerce, University of Mumbai. She was also a Vice Chancellor's nominee as a subject expert for appointment of teachers in various colleges, external referee for the assessment, and vice versa of doctoral thesis of university. 5 students have been awarded PhD under her guidance from University of Mumbai. 11 students have been awarded MPhil in Commerce. Currently, 5 research scholars are working under guidance for pursuing PhD in Mumbai University under her. Have successfully completed 4 research projects, 2 funded by ICSSR and 2 funded by Mumbai University. She has been a chairperson for 38 conferences and seminars. She has been resource person of 193 workshops and webinars as well. She was nominated as member on the editorial board review committee of 10 reputed journals, and she was also nominated as a reviewer task panel member of the Intellect-Based International Consortium, USA. She has published 55 research papers in various international and national research journals, including Web of Science, Scopus, and UGC Care listed journals. She has presented papers in 72 international and national level conferences and seminars. Let us express a profound gratitude as we eagerly await the insight of a keynote speaker is about to impart. Over to you, ma'am, Kinnari ma'am. Please address the conference.
Thank you so much. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, madam. आपका आवाज आ रहा है. You're audible.
Yeah, आ रहा है ना? Okay, ठीक है.
Would you like to share?
मुझे स्क्रीन शेयरिंग दे दीजिए ना सर. Yes,
Yes,
sir. वो
yes.
स्क्रीन शेयरिंग नहीं हो रहा.
Yes, yes. Please continue, madam.
Okay. Is the screen visible, sir?
Visible. Please continue, madam.
Okay, okay. I'll just do slideshow. Okay, so a very good afternoon to each one of you. And we are going to discuss about the role of NEP on the research in higher education. And as you have seen that the implementation of NEP has been already done in this academic year in majority of the universities, majority of the colleges affiliated to Mumbai University, and still there are some other universities who are yet to implement the national education policy. Like I think Mumbai University has been a leader in implementation of NEP, and what lies ahead and what we have to now try to adjust ourselves with this new the entire new system and the scheme which has been offered to us for our own benefit is how do we fit into different verticals? What kind of choices, considering our specialization, which subjects will be fitting into different verticals? That is the challenge which actually we all are facing at present while implementing the new national education policy. And I think Mumbai University, as a faculty of Mumbai University, I have also visited now other universities to help them and to guide them uh, about the verticals and about the different, especially in IKS, what kind of topics and what kind of courses they can give for the IKS. So one more challenge we will have in front of us will be implementation of research in NEP. Till now, what we were doing, almost more or less same we will have to follow even while we are implementing NEP. The only concern will be there are certain universities, if you see the government notification, that there are list of universities who are exclusively treated as research university. So we have to actually define the role which will be played by these universities when they are given the tag of research universities, wherein there will not be much of teaching. UG will not be there at all, but PG level teaching also, the proportion of PG level teaching also has been very significantly ta- taken out or reduced. So now our universities are into different categories. One is where they are offering PG and PhD, and other universities where you have exclusively PhD. Obviously, the research outcomes of such university will witness a metamorphosis, a drastic change, a sea change, because they are exclusively focusing on research. Their faculties are only doing that work full time, not engaged into teaching learning of any kind, except for the coursework which they are conducting to ensure that their research students are trained and they are they are coming out with good publications. And I was also listening to the previous speaker. He was very meticulous in explaining about how the publications will be done, and when you're you are publishing and in the UGC care and Scopus listed journals, and when subsequently the name of the research journal is out of the list, then in that case, how will the committees and how will the panel recognize and do promotions? We will go for promotions of these kind of publications which are there in the journals. So all these becomes an important point from the view of uh, identifying whether what is the level at which you stand in in front of in front of the panel, or in understanding that what is the to be considered for a research outcome, and citations and impact factor and etc. All that will follow once your publication is in a good and a reputed journal. So the main purpose of classifying certain universities as research university was it was found that mm, yeah, it was found that India, though they have quantitative point of view, quantitative wise, number of publications, but qualitative, if you see the qualitative point of view, the publications in India is much lower than compared to the other countries, and therefore there was a drastic need to ensure that even quality wise we stand at least near, we try to move ahead at least near, though maybe little slow initially, but we try to and see that our readings, our research is recognized globally. So that was the main reason to make these changes when it comes to the national education policy, and specifically in terms of research in higher education. So I will start my presentation now with the saying that is, it is not the strongest of the spices that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. So earlier we were saying survival of the fittest, but now it is survival of the most adaptive, the most responsive. everything, when is integrated with artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all kind of different changes are happening in each discipline, in each sector. The one who is adopting these new and actually, learning all new skills, only for them, survival will not be a problem. Uh, Similarly, in the same lines, we are going to understand that what new things you should try to do when you are going for your research publications, or when you're going to start any kind of assignment related to research. So just in maybe 2-3 minutes, I will discuss something about the NEP 2020, the policy document, which has 4 parts. Which part focuses on higher education? So, chapter number 9 to 19, those who have yet not read the document, and so many universities are not implemented in the last year, they are going to implement it in the ensuing year, that is 24-25, academic year 24-25. For them, if you want to go in detail, more in detail about understanding the NEP, it will be chapter 9 to not NEP in higher education. For understanding NEP in higher education, it will be from chapter 9 to 19, focus on higher education. And everything related to implementation is discussed is cited in chapter number, in part 4 of the NEP. So I think everybody now knows that you have multidisciplinary culture, promote respect to nation, and there are so many subjects which ensures that your original culture, you are actually reviving your culture, and you are ensuring that you're connecting to the roots by implementing IKS. There are so many brainstorming sessions which has happened in identifying which course should be considered for the IKS under that vertical. And people have started considering the courses like Vedic mathematics. Okay, originally Vedic mathematics is considered to be a Indian culture, which was generally adopted at a different, not in the schools and in the college education level. So I have seen so many universities, they have taken Vedic mathematics as a course for IKS. Then they have taken Chanakya Niti and all these other different forms of courses for including it as in the vertical of the Indian knowledge system. So there are so many guidelines and notifications and everything which has come, for which the entire education system is going to change, and the employability, specifically considering the employability and the industry academia relationship. So basically what is, sir, can you just mute everyone? There is some person who's continuously unmuting and talking, and then it may be by mistake, but
Okay, done it.
yeah. So there are transformational changes in the education system, like what to think. Instead of that, now we are teaching the students how to think. And from job seekers, we are trying to make them job givers. Promotion of entrepreneurship is the most important focus. And for promotion of entrepreneurship, what we need to do is research. Okay, once you're strong, fundamentally strong in doing research, then only you can go for entrepreneurship. Basically, entrepreneurship and all these venture capitalists and all that is basically new ideas which they are going to implement. So you have to read between the lines also, that when we are saying that job seekers and job givers, and also what strategies are going to be framed for that. So one of the important strategy is to ensure that you are you making the foundation and the knowledge of research so strong that automatically the new ideas will come.
Dear participant, please mute yourself.
Okay.
Please continue.
Yeah. So for ensuring that your research becomes very strong, the foundation and the fundamentals of the research becomes very strong, so that you're coming out as an entrepreneur, and thereby you are becoming a job giver rather than just going and searching for an employment. Instead, you are making other people employed with you. I will skip with the key principles because I think now from 1 year you have been listening to all these key principles related to um, new education policy. Basically, I'll try to take you more into the research of higher education related to the NEP. So, what is the fundamental principle? You don't have any separations, breaking all the conventional silos, uh, making more multidisciplinarity and holistic education. And therefore, we are creating different verticals, and we are ensuring that we are not distinguishing between any of these curriculum and co-curricular activities. And each and every earlier NSS was for those students who wish to participate. It was not a mandatory thing, but now there are certain things which have become from various options. They will be given. Sir, please mute Sumit Kumar. Sumit Kumar Manna.
What happened?
Yeah, please mute Sumit Kumar Manna. Okay. So there are so many silos which were conventional silos which we are trying to break, and now you're coming out with verticals wherein every student will have to mandatorily choose between extracurricular, co-curricular, and all these activities along with their main education. And basically, everything is to ensure that you are becoming and you are connecting yourself to the roots and, feeling about the Indian tradition, feeling pride for the Indian tradition. And you also have a robust system of formative assessment. So I also understand that summative and formative assessment, everybody of you must have understood now since 1 year all these discussions are going on. So now let us start with what is the skills required for 21st century skills required for uh, implementation of research in higher education. Because when you promote job seekers, you ensure that there is a critical thinking. Who can become a job seeker? Nowadays, whenever you open the YouTubes, you see there's so many number of advertisements which are coming that, learn chat GPT, learn advanced Excel, and learn so many things. Now learn astrology and numerology and everything. There's so many things which you can see, and everything unlimited is offered to you at a very reasonable price. So basically, what you are giving them a platform. Also through digitalization, you are giving them a platform through which they can reach globally. So the outreach is increased by providing them a platform. And when you are providing them a platform, automatically what has happened that everybody has started thinking critically. Like social, those who have social inclination, they have different variety of different options offered on their platter. Like I, for myself, if I say I have a spiritual inclination, so I have a very good, maybe very high spiritual quotient. So I will look always for those on the YouTube, everything where I can connect myself spiritually, meditation and all that. So there's so n number of things are offered to a person, any person who intends to learn something new. So what is this? Basically, it is promoting entrepreneurship. One person who is charging just 900 or 99 999 or all these rupees online and giving 5-day class, master class, and all these master classes and everything is happening. So see how the world has changed post pandemic. All youngsters, there are 2 or 3 channels, channels on YouTube where advanced Excel and stock trading and everything has been taught, and most of them are IITs and IIMs graduates. So again, what is this? Creativity, critical thinking, creativity, communication, all these 5 C's, they are sharpening, they are honing their 5C skills, and then they are coming out with that. One person whom I know, I will not name because I don't want to make more publicity of the person, just I think 22 years old, has now 300 crore from 2021 in the year after pandemic. He started these online classes and now he started alone and now he has a 300 crore net worth. So you see, a 25, 26-year-old person, youngster, has taken the advantage, leveraged this technology again an IIM graduate, leveraged this technology, and from one expanded. Now he has a team, the team working with him, and all the team is basically involved in imparting information, knowledge to the learners from the school level to the at college level to the working class, because they are giving across different Excel, Chat GPT, artificial intelligence tools, and they have n number of things which they are offering. So all this is again what they are sharpening their skill, and they are learning how to use platforms to reach various social media platforms to reach the general public, and thereby promote and not only be an entrepreneur, not only be take the advantage of these fintechs available, but also ensuring that they are training others and making others also on the same line. So other person, after taking the training, they also have their own master class programs which they are conducting. So that is just spreading across, like percolating in such a way that one entrepreneurship gets inspired by the other, and then other is also doing their own innovative idea, promoting their own innovative idea. So actually, new education policy is going to help all these, because if we start teach them right from the school and the college level, this NEP is going to help everybody to create. 100% students will not be interested in being an entrepreneur, but at least those who have that inclination, it will surely provide them a platform to do that. So higher education reforms, why it was important? The gross enrollment ratio in higher education, we are intending it to raise to 50% by the year 2035. So 3.5 crore seats to be added in the higher education. We are adding more seats so that, our gross, presently it is not even half of that, not even half of that. So that becomes very important, becomes very challenging, that within a period of 10 years, you are expanding, trying to increase almost double the percentage of gross enrollment ratio. So flexibility in subject will help them. Then we have multiple entry exits. So what are the changes which has happened? You have academic bank credits, then you have MERU, you have SEZ, HECI. This all I will not discuss because I'm focusing only on higher education and research. Therefore, I will not take much time in explaining you all this. Research initiatives. What are the initiatives which you have which NEP intends to take for strengthening the research? Obviously, everybody knows that it is not a new domain. India is a treasure of rich culture manifested in the form of literature, in the form of promoting India's culture wealth, and which is very important and which important for the nation's identity. So that is the sole purpose. The inclusion of research and internship in undergraduate curriculum, faculty career management system that gives due weightage to research, and the governance and regulatory changes that encourage an environment of research and innovation for developing a research mindset in the country. So NEP intends to develop a research mindset. So right from the undergraduate level. Now, if you see the students who were there before project was there, before we had this 100 marks project, and now after having the 100 mark project, will you all agree that at least 50% of the students, they know what is the project? 50% maybe for so many of them, maybe taking help of their seniors, or maybe just taking their projects and copying from right, but they know the format. In the undergraduate level, at least they know the format, that this is how the research work needs to be done. When they come to the post graduation, they get one more step ahead. Post graduation semester 3, when they do, you can see a sea change in their approach at an undergraduate and the post graduation level. And by the time they complete the part 2, that is semester 4 of post graduation, they now know what is the research, which was not existing earlier. Before our projects and all these 100 mark was introduced in the in the curriculum. That was not the case. Before that, in our times, when we did research, we actually were just learning research methodology, being a theoretical subject. We were just learning all these median mode, etc., and objective hypothesis. We never knew how to implement and how to take ahead and how to start writing a black book. And from there, actually, we have done our PhD. This was some 20 years ago, I'm talking about. But now, any postgraduate student willing to do research will already have a developed mindset. They have already developed it. They have already learned the research format. And then they know that, oh, something like objectives and hypothesis and all is there. And then when they are coming up with a full-fledged PhD or the post doc something, their mind is already, the mindset is already accepting, receptive to uh, for new ideas and for new changes. So this is what is being expected out of the NEP 2020. And for all this, what do you need? For all this, you need an ecosystem. You need an ecosystem for the transformation, for this transition. The present globe in the realm of many complex and interrelated phenomena like climate change, biotechnology, digital marketing, 5.0 technology, etc. All these new complex and interrelated phenomena can all be a topic of the research, and you provide them some ecosystem, and then all these you can be creatively and brainstorming can be done, and some creative thoughts and ideas can be used for coming out with a good research for a good research outcome. So you just compare the research and development expenditure of India with other countries. If you see in other countries, the first percentage of GDP, USA has 3.46% of the GDP, which is for research and development expenditure, followed by Germany, UK, China, France, Canada, and you see India, absolutely no comparison. Population wise, if you see India and if you see USA, population wise, number of difference, but proportion of that in GDP, which over a period of time, the government has realized that they will need more funding. Maybe therefore, the entire list of research universities, which designated research universities, I think with that, this entire percentage of GDP and the proportion of the funding which has been done till now will also witness a change. Maybe after 2 years, if you see, the percentage will almost become equal because there are designated only research universities. So automatically it is going to change. So whatever the aided state universities have been designated as research universities, the whatever proportion you are funding for them, for the teacher's salary and for other infrastructure, everything will be considered as the percent expenditure incurred on these research. So again, by identifying your state universities and other universities as research universities, this is going to help our figures will considerably change. Initiatives for strengthening the research. Multidisciplinary university, colleges and clusters, knowledge hub, and National Research Foundation. So apart from identifying universities as state universities, there is also National Research Foundation, which will fund projects for those who are not 100% research university, for those who are doing both teaching learning as well as research, both. So for them, you will have National Research Foundation. Quality research, basically, the purpose is to ensure quality research and innovation and entrepreneurship skills. That is the brain behind considering the research universities. So IKS also, if you see, in one important component, it can be one important component or essential component of research. You can start comparing the earlier system with the new system. Like, for example, tax. If you compare the tax system which was existing during the time of pre-independence and during the times of kings and all these, and now you compare the tax system which is prevailing now, that also can become. So IKS in itself can become one good research project. And if you have observed ICSSR and all these funding agencies has now floated. They have released, they have given this they have opened up the site for inviting research proposals. So while inviting research proposals, they are focusing to give research projects to all those faculties which are choosing all these kind of subjects. So IKS, if you choose as a research project, this almost 95% of the chances for you getting the project. But if you are choosing something which is, or of course related to technology, and but if you are choosing a general topic which may not have much social relevance, then the chances of accepting your project for research funding is very low. So again, while this year, if the date is gone, next year when the again the ICSSR projects invitations are open, the site is open for invitation of research proposals. Please ensure that now you prepare. Now only you can take time and preparing and thinking of a topic or a proposal which has IKS involved in your research projects. So of course you will 100% get the funding from the ICSSR. So this is what if being interacting with the intellectuals over across various forums, this is what I have learned, and that is what I thought I can share with all of you, which will be a very important part for you, all those who are planning to go for research funding from different agencies. So any kind of IKS, be it in Ayurveda, yoga, management, administration, law, governance. Governance becomes a very important area or topic for research projects. Governance, which was there before, and now the system of governance, e-governance, and in maybe past 50 years, what was the governance system, and before that, what was the governance system. So you can compare two different periods, and then you can come out with a new project or a proposal for research. Innovative approaches for research in IKS. This is, I think you can just, apply it on your own, like yogic leadership, the principles, the entrepreneurship, the ethical practices, which was focusing on dharma and karma, the conventional practices. And now what are the practices which we are following, the change in the culture, obvious change in the culture which we are witnesses. All this can become a part of the research project for funding, or also as a part of your PhD. Your PhD also can have all these different types of topic titles. Okay, so there are so many students, they also come and ask about the titles which are contemporary, and the titles which they may find it useful for going ahead with the PhD work. So these are some hints for you. So research and higher education. Basically, the very purpose is to carry out research to demystify the secret of nature. We are searching new process and products. It was found that historically the countries that invested in research in higher education progressed disproportionately as compared to the counterparts and emerged as a third world countries. Right from the beginning, certain countries have given high proportion of GDP to research. Unlike India, we did not start with a very high proportion. In fact, still our proportion is very low. So all those countries historically who had given more than proportionate percentage of share GDP for research and innovation, they have now progressed. These countries, they have high impact factor journals, they have high citations, they have good quality research, they have more patents. So it has a very positive impact on the progress of the countries where funding is done, and when the proportion of research funding done from the government side is higher. So research will be a priority function, specifically in higher educations, in institutions, and those institutions which are designated as a research institution. For them, the development of the research culture will be very important, because they are only focusing on research. So a culture needs to be developed. If you have seen that when there are international rankings, there are basically academic world ranking of universities, you have QS world university rankings, and you have the Times higher education university ranking. In all these rankings, research and research related areas get a premium approach. Higher marks are given for all these research and research related approach. the Times Higher Education World University Ranking is the only ranking publication that evaluates. Sir, please mute Sanjay Nagpal. Yeah, that evaluates research.
Kindly unmute yourself. Thakkar madam, kindly
Acha, mute
unmute.
ho gaya? Okay, okay. Yeah,
Okay,
now.
yes.
Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the uh, area of social science research, citations are also considered 25%. In the industry income, innovations are given 2.5% of weightage. So this is how the rankings are done per proportion of weightage. So if you see the total proportion, year 32.5 plus citation is not cannot be separated from research. Citation also is a part of research. So 32.5 plus proportion of 25 and innovation. Innovation again is a research. You cannot separate it from research. So you see the focus of research is much higher in terms of rank while it comes to ranking compared to teaching. That is why if you see India, number of institutions, plethora of institutions for giving teaching, plethora students, list number of students in our own university, we have 700 plus colleges, and there are certain colleges which has 15,000 students. One college has 15,000 students. So number of students and number of hours of teaching and type of teaching learning process, everything has quantitative wise, if you see, more in India, but quality becomes important because all these weights are given for quality of research. So value and quality of research productivity are associated with quality university education. And this is the 5 years down the line vision of implementation of NEP. In a knowledge-based economy, higher education institutions are a key factor in fostering innovation and play a central role in sustainable economic growth and development. Education has become a major driver of wealth and economic development, and higher education institutions are expected not only to create and respond to the needs and other relevant stakeholders, but also facilitate social equality. So now when we talk about research and commerce, what do you mean by what do you understand by doing research in commerce? Generally, like social sciences, we are not coming out with one new product or one new, uh, something which you can sell. In social science, in not social sciences, sorry, in sciences, you do a research, you come out with a product, and then you are going to sell. But in basically in sir, mute करिए ना किसी सर म्यूट करिए ना प्लीज Prabhakar Rao, yeah. So you're focusing on identifying and eliminating non-value added activities. What are you doing in commerce and management research? Commerce and management research will be non-value adding activities. Now see, earlier how banking was done. If you had to withdraw cash, what you were doing, you were actually going to the banks, you're taking tokens and the person was verifying your bank account and then you giving the cash was given to you. Now what are you doing with m banking and all these wallets and different kind of change which you have witnessed? So what is all this? Eliminating the non-value added activities. So you identify, you study a process in detail, you identify which values, which activities are not actually necessary, which you can do away with, and which will bring effectiveness and productivity. So this is something which you are trying to see in commerce and management education. And integration with technology, you can actually have all these things. So you can have, in general, you can have an creating infallible accounting and management practices. So you have to ensure that how you are coming out with a process, reducing the unnecessary items, activities in the process, and then coming out with something easier, performance and everything, some easier way of achieving the same thing. Ways and means of initiating research. You are migrating to learning paradigm. You're not doing teaching now. You're doing more, allowing the students, giving the students uh, opportunity to learn. Flipped classrooms, wherever they are observing flipped classrooms. In most of the American universities, a topic is given in advance. The students are asked to read everything about the topic, and then the discussions are taking place. So many reputed universities, they are using flipped classrooms, and this is what is also changing the entire system of teaching and learning, which will help the learner to develop attributes which are essentially provoking learners to think aloud and ability to question established norms and understanding. So if this you are following learning paradigm, then it will create and provoke the learners to think. It will break away the current way of teaching centered learning and instruction process, and it may also reduce the uh, complexity of examination. Now, what is required while doing all this? What is required?
Okay, madam. PPT session would be started. Kindly make it short,
Okay.
please.
Yeah. Just this is the last slide. Yeah. So what is required? It is knowledge valorization. What is knowledge valorization? You are not learning something. After learning something, you are creating value from the knowledge. Now, what we are doing, we are just learning. We are learning. This is how the accounting process takes place. This is the GST. This is all. But after learning that, if you create value of that knowledge, that is called as valorization, and that is what is expected. That how this valorization will take place once you are actually trying to create a research mindset amongst the learners. So now what is required? Positive research culture, include academic and professional services, students, etc., and other stakeholders, and inclusive and consultative approach by interdisciplinary networking and collaboration. So this is all what is required for ensuring that we have a positive research outcome in our while implementing the national education policy in our academic pursuits and the curriculum. So I think with this, I will end my presentation, and the forum is open for question answers if there are any questions. And thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
So much, ma'am, for gracing us. Participants, will you please mute the microphone.
तो मैडम का लेक्चर खत्म हो गया है?
हाँ, मेरा खत्म हो गया.
Yes, ma'am, the microphone is on. Please mute it.
सर बाकी लोगों को म्यूट करो तो समझेगा. या माय
Dear participants, the PPT session will be started. Kalekar sir.
Yes, Parita madam, please take.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence and for imparting invaluable knowledge that will surely resonate with us long after this conference. Thank you so much, ma'am. As we transition into our technical session, let's pause for a moment to express gratitude. Our heartfelt thanks to all our keynote speakers, Dr. Abhijit Kelkar sir, Dr. Janice Fernandez ma'am, Dr. Rajendra Kumbhar sir, and Dr. Hari Thakkar ma'am for their illuminating insights, our attendees and our dedicated team for such an amazing encouragements, engagements, and support for the conference. Moving ahead to the next phase of the event, I invite Mrs. Parinita Kumari to please lead us forward.
Okay, thank you, Shasta ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Now good afternoon, everyone. Now we'll start with our technical session. And for our technical session, I would like to extend my warm welcome to our esteemed guest and chair for the session, Dr. Farzana Chavre ma'am from our college itself. And co-chair for the session, Farah Tehzeeb Tabish Khan from UAE. Now, with immense pleasure, I would like to introduce first Dr. Farzana Chowdhury ma'am. Dr. Farzana Chowdhury ma'am is Assistant Professor of Department of Political Science, and ma'am is also the Vice Principal of Professional Courses in DRT's AE Kalasekar Degree College. She has a rich experience of 23 years in teaching. Ma'am has completed her PhD from Department of Civics and Politics from University of Mumbai in 2021. She was the gold medalist of the University of Mumbai in 2001. In 2021, ma'am was also awarded a gold medal instituted by S. Shankar, a founder principal, for successfully organizing one-day national level webinar on National Education Policy 2020 as an IQAC coordinator. She has also received a gold medal for receiving highest number of marks in politics in MA exams in 2001. She has published a book on urban governance in 2022. As an IQAC coordinator, ma'am has successfully organized many national and international conferences, FDPs, workshops, webinars, etc. Ma'am has published and presented several research papers in national and international journals and conferences. She has played a key role in bringing our college research journal for students, young researcher. Under able guidance, our college has received A grade with 3.25 CGPA in NAC second cycle. Welcome, ma'am. I would request Dr. Farzana Chowdhury, ma'am, to kindly chair the session. Now, our second esteemed guest is Mrs. Farhat Tehzeeb Tabish Khan. She founded and established Fair Deal, an e-commerce venture specializing in all types of products in UAE. A seasoned assistant professor and researcher with 21 years of rich experience in teaching, distinguished for overseeing more than 100 theses contributed to academic excellence. A prolific writer with over 12 published articles in peer-reviewed journals. Ma'am is an expert in fostering positive learning environment, nurturing growth, and navigating complexities. I would request Farah Tehzeeb Tabish Khan ma'am to kindly co-chair the session. We welcome you both. Now, I would request Farzana ma'am to say a few words. Please, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am, but
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum and greetings to all. Thank you, Parinita ma'am, for the sweet introduction. At the outset, I congratulate the research committee and IQAC and Wagmare brothers for keeping the legacy of organizing international conference. Thanks for this opportunity to chair and share the session with our long associate, Mrs. Farah Khan from UAE. The conference theme is very apt as NEP 2020 envisions a massive transformation, especially in research area in education system of India, making us a global knowledge superpower. Dr. Fernandez ma'am has set the floor rolling in her address about the AI, the role of research in global era. Dr. Kumhar sir has spoken extensively on NEP. Dr. Kelkar sir has focused on indexing research publications. Dr. Kinnari ma'am has again highlighted the impact of NEP on research. So after all these four prolific speakers, we have set the ball rolling and we look forward to all the participants for interesting deliberations during the session. All the best. Over to you, Parinita ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You are truly an inspirational personality for all of us as you work with a lot of dedication and zeal. I've seen that. And we are fortunate to have you as the chair for this session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would request Farah ma'am to say a few words. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Parinita ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all join us from various corners of the globe for this innovative and dynamic international conference on the pivotal role of multidisciplinary research in harnessing the NEP 2020 across disciplines. While we may be physically dispersed, but our collective enthusiasm and dedication to advancing the NEP 2020 unite us in this virtual space. Today, we have the opportunity to go beyond geographical boundaries and connect with the colleagues, experts, and thought leaders from around the world without leaving the comfort of our homes or offices. I won't take up valuable time speaking. Instead, we will ensure that our presenters have the opportunity to showcase their research and insight without interruption. We encourage you all to actively participate in this session. Let's keep this session focused and respectful. As we commence the paper presentation session, I would like to outline the rules and guidelines for today's proceedings. Each presenter will get 7-minute time limit for their presentation. You will get a reminder after 6 minutes. We will be keeping an eye on the clock to ensure we stay on schedule. We expect all the participants to maintain a respectful and professional decorum throughout the session. Presenters are expected to adhere to the conference guideline for the presentation. Without further delay, let us begin the session of knowledge sharing, inspiration, and connection. Thank you for your attention, and we wish all the presenters the best of luck. Over to you, Miss.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You are far away, but I should say that thank you for accepting our invitation and agreeing to serve as session co-chair. Thank you so much, ma'am. And we really miss you, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
So now I would moving ahead and with Sanjay sir, can we start with the presentation now?
Yes, please go on.
Okay. Okay, so moving ahead with the presentation. And so our first presentation we have with us Professor Ushe Grace, Department of Educational Administration and Planning, Faculty of Education, Abia State University, Utturu, Nigeria. And the topic is Sustainability of Graduate Program, Peer Learning and Academic Achievements. So are you ready? Professor Ushe Grace from Utturu, Nigeria. Sanjay sir?
If not available, we can go on to the next one.
Okay, so our next presenter is Dr. Ashok M. Kamble. Dr. Ashok M. Kamble, are you here?
Sorry to intervene.
Dr.
Miss,
D.
can you read 4-5 names in a line so that the presenters be
okay.
ready with the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Ashok M. Kamble. Then after him, Dr. D.K. Kamble. Dr. Parveen Khan. Professor Rushikesh Kumhar, sorry. And after that, like I have announced 5 names. So any speaker is there? Dr. Ashok M. Kamble, Dr. D.K. Kamble, Dr. Parveen Khan, Professor Rushikesh Kumhar.
Yes, ma'am. Rushikesh Kumar.
Okay.
Please, sir. Go on. Rushikesh Kumar.
Let me just I'll introduce the title. Okay. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Professor Rushikesh Kumhar. He's from Vagire College of Arts, Science and Commerce and Pune. And his topic is Curriculum of Physical Educational National Education Policy 2020. Okay, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
मैम
क्या चल रहा है? Rishikesh, sir, your voice is not audible. Speak a bit louder.
share होगी screen.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
sir, it is visible. It is visible.
Okay.
Can you do it as full screen, sir? Full screen करो आप उसको. सर नीचे में एक आइकन है, अगर आप उसको करते हो तो आपका स्क्रीन फुल हो जाएगा.
Program.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shall I start? Shall I start?
Yes,
Hello.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. My
Farzana Miss and Farah Miss.
my
Yes,
topic
please.
Yes, please go ahead.
my research topic is curriculum of physical education NEP 2020. Myself, Rishikesh Kumar, Vagari College of Art, Commerce and Science, Saswar, Pune. And other researcher, Dr. Santosh Mandigure, Heritage BD Humboldt Mahavidyalaya ST, Gil. Abstract, the National Education Policy NEP 2020 introduced by the Government of India represent a transformative shift in the country education system. It has completely ramped the academic curriculum, integrating knowledge of professional practice within student academic pursuit. Additionally, NEP 2020 placed a strong emphasis on physical education across school and university level. This policy is aimed to significantly improve the academic quality and physical fitness of the students, thereby equipping India younger generation with greater efficiency. Introduction. Today modern world present teacher and coaches center primarily focus on academic studies. However, school and universities should offer a broad scope to uh, to meet academic qualification and enhance mental abilities. To support this, the University Grant Commission has received funding for necessary sports equipment globally. The coronavirus pandemic has significantly impacted the health of students and working individuals by reducing their immunity and compromising their efficiency. In incorporating physical education in national education policy, aim to improve student physical capabilities and enhance circulation, muscle strength, and immunity, thereby enabling them to lead fulfilling life in society. Moreover, the inclusion of physical education in NEP 2020 is designed to foster personality development and encourage active participation in society. Objective to emphasize the importance of physical education, to aim to improve the personality of awareness by developing them holistically, to, enhance physical ability along with student academic development, to empower physically and mentally various classes in society or the world,
đây là cả hai cái này nữa.
to offer vocational education in the NEP 2020 to improve opportunity to work in the community in the future. Scope. The educational policy is sports oriented, which will help building capabilities such as cooperation and self-initiative among the students. It will help in developing student fitness, self-discipline, teamwork, and accountability. The education system will use physical activity such as indigenous sports to develop and promote the sports of students through Hello India game and Fit India initiative. It will support and promote sports and health in public education system. It will support. It need to be used to solve complex problems such as physical ability, gender equality, and education and skills gap for school and university students in India. Research methodology. The researchers collected data descriptively, studies physical education courses at various universities, and utilized secondary data publication of national education policy available on website as well as reference books and journals. Teacher curriculum on physical education in higher education in first year syllabus, semester first, part 1, to cover the significance of physical education. It includes sports psychology, the history of cultural sports of Olympic game, the Asian game, Commonwealth game, yoga, posture, and semester second part B. It will be include encompasses the history, scope, and benefit of yoga, including various asanas and pranayam. It should also truly address organized event and management, along with job opportunity in outdoor sports. In second year syllabus, third part A should encompass the student of importance of anatomy and physiology, include cell tissue, organ, part, and the skeleton system and its type. Semester 4, Part B, should cover history of specific game, its development, layout, measurement, rule and regulation, and specialized exercise and technique. In third year syllabus, semester 5, Part A should encompass athletics, injury care, rehabilitation, soft tissue injury, common injury, physiotherapy treatment, and exercise.
So you have to wind up in 1 minute.
Okay. And muscle force, specific exercise in rehabilitation program, recreation, and competitive sports. Conclusion. NEP 2020 envision a paradigm shift and rejuvenation of the higher education system to meet these challenges and guarantee high quality, inclusive education. It introduced several changes to existing education system, transitioning toward a structure comprising large multidisciplinary universities and colleges. These institutions will offer educational programs in every district or at the very least one per district. There will be a shift toward greater faculty and institutional anatomy. The curriculum, physical education, and learning assessment will be revised to enhance student experience and improve support service.
The time is over, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Please wind up.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter, I'm taking 5 names of the next presenter rank wise. Kindly be prepared. Sadhvi Padmashri, Sadhvi Kritagya Kumari, Sadhvi Jash Kumari, and Payal Kumari. Please be ready for your presentation. I would request Sadhvi Padmashri to start
Yes,
the
Payal Kumari will make presentation first.
Please start your presentation. Payal
Yes.
Kumari
Yes.
title is Pachakhan in Jainism, a path
Yeah, Pachakhan in Jainism.
purification and ethical living. Please start your
Yes,
presentation.
yes. She will make presentation. Yes, sir.
Head from School of Philosophy and Theology, Anti University, Ahmedabad. This paper undertakes a comparative exploration of Pachkar, Jain vows and Anuvrat within Jainism, elucidating their profound role in fostering ethical conduct, self-discipline, and spiritual evolution. Rooted in the foundational Jain principle of ahimsa, These practices aim at purifying the soul and nurturing compassion toward all sentient beings, drawing parallel with similar concept in Hinduism and Buddhism. The study underscores the universal themes of discipline, self-awareness, and compassion across diverse religious traditions. Through these comparative analysis, the transformative potential of this excellent practice in nurturing inner peace and spiritual enlightenment in underscored. Keywords: Pachkan, Jain Ghosh, Anuvrat, Jainism, ethical conduct, self-discipline, spiritual growth, ahimsa, non-violence, soul purification, compassion, Hinduism, Buddhism, discipline, self-awareness, universe theme, religious, traditions, inner peace, spirituality, enlightenment, enlightenment. Introduction. Jainism, one of humanity and ancient spiritual tradition, stands distinguished for in profound philosophical tenets and unwavering emphasis on non-violence, compassion, and spiritual liberation. Among its myriad doctrines and practices, Pachkan emerges as a cornerstone, also known as pratikman or repetitions. Concept of Pachkan in Jainism, embedded within the ethical fabrics of Jainism. Pachkan manifests as a spiritual odyssey involving introspection, acknowledgement of harm caused, seeking forgiveness, and resolute commitment to abstain from further transgression. Its etymology, derived from Sanskrit roots, symbolizes internal metamorphosis akin to the alchemical process of cooking and consuming, unacted and in the cardinal Jain precept of ahimsa. Pachkan serve as a conduit for cleansing the soul of karmic residues accrued through action and thought, detrimental to oneself and other. Thought, genuine repentance, and the cultivation of humanity and compassion. Adherents aspire to mitigate the adverse consumers of past karma and traverse the path of toward moksha, spiritual liberation. Pachkan in Jainism. Topic वांची क्षमा वीरस्य भूषणम् अहिंसा परमो धर्म जीवानं च सर्वस्व सत्वं पच्छनानं द्विशिष्यते प्रतीक्मणम् अक्षय जिनस्य वाञ्छितं फलं साक्षात्कारं प्रतीक्मणात् भवेत् पचखाणेन सर्वाणि कर्माणि प्रशम्यन्ति च तस्मात् दुर्लभं मतरं लोके पचखानं स दुर्लभम्. Types of Pachkan in Jainism. Pachkan manifests in various forms within Jainism. Is tailored to entails discipline, kshama strength, and spiritual evolution. Attham, a religious test of adoration, demands abstraction from both sustenance and hydration of 3 consecutive days. The travel vows in Jainism. Central to Jain ethics process are the 12 vows, guiding both lay practitioner and asceticals towards moral rectitude and liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Ahimsa, Satya, Asatya, Brahmacharya, Aparigrah among there. Underscored the Jain communicated to non-violence, truthfulness, non-stealing, chastity, and non-possession. These vows upheld with relevant cultures a moral compass, directing individuals toward spiritual growth and ethical conduct. Title of Pachkhan in Jainism. Comprehensive analysis with similar concept in other religions, while Pachkhan stands as a unique fact in Jainism. Cognate practice of repentance and spiritual purification occur in other religious traditions in Hinduism.
Last 1 minute.
It advocated external act of penance for atonement, whereas Buddhism emphasizes vipassana meditation for insight and purity, chastity. Sacrament for confession parallels Jain repentance and albeit through different rituals, modalities. Islam's concept of Toba share commonalities with Jain representatives. Conclusion. Pachkhan Jain vows and Anuvrat. Hello.
Ma'am, please conclude your session.
Yes, concluding.
Conclusion. Thanks, madam. Pachkhan Jain vows and Anuvrat image as profound spiritual disciplines within Jainism, nurturing ethical conduct, self-discipline, and spiritual purification. Thought. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mrs. Aisha Azharullah Sayed.
Madam, please take Sadhvi Padmasri ji because they are Jain and they do have this today Mahavir Jayanti.
Yes, sir. हाँ शाइस्ता मिस उनको लेंगे.
Okay, sir.
Please consider Shaista Miss.
Okay, ma'am. Sadhvi Padmasri, topic is exploring Kartavya duty across religious
Their names
traditions.
have already been announced.
Okay, so please, Sadhvi Padmasri.
Because they are Jain and.
No, sir, no.
Okay.
We can start.
Sadhvi Padmasri ji from School of Philosophy and Theology at the University of Ahmedabad. The title of my paper is Exploring Kartavya, Duty Across Religious Traditions in Jainism. This research article delves into the concept of Kartavya, duty across various religious traditions with a focus on Jainism, Hinduism. Kartavya or duty holds significant ethical and moral implications in guiding human behavior and social values. Drawn from sacred texts and philosophical doctrines, this article examines the principles and practices associated with Kartavya duty in Jain and Hindu traditions, highlighting the central role of ethical responsibilities in spiritual life. Kartavya or duty, rooted in the principles of righteousness and moral conduct, serves as a guiding principle in many religious and spiritual traditions worldwide. The article aims to explore the concept of Kartavya across different religious contexts with a particular focus on Jainism and Hinduism by analyzing sacred texts, philosophical treatises, and ethical principles. We seek to elucidate the multifaceted nature of duty and its significance in shaping individual behavior and social norms. First, I would like to focus on Kartavya in Jainism. In Jainism, Kartavya encompasses a set of ethical principles and moral obligations that guide the conduct of believers. Ahimsa, non-violence; Satya, truthfulness; Aparigraha, non-possessiveness; Brahmacharya, celibacy; and Karuna, compassion, are among the cardinal virtues emphasized in Jain teachings. The Jain Agamas, particularly the Acharan Sutra and Sutrakrita Sutra, provide detailed guidelines for ethical living and adherence to duty. Additionally, the concept of Anuvrats offers practical guidance for lay practitioners in fulfilling their ethical responsibilities while leading a household life. Ahimsa. As a supreme Kartavya, Ahimsa holds a paramount position in Jainism, with Lord Mahavira exemplifying the principle through his life and teachings. The Jain scriptures underscore the importance of refraining from harm to all living beings, reflecting the profound commitment to non-violence as a core Kartavya. Secondly, we have these cardinal principles, as I had mentioned before. Now, duties across other religious traditions. Duties in Islam. In Islam, the concept of duty is deeply intertwined with the principles of faith, morality, and social obligations. Muslims are called upon to fulfill various duties towards themselves, their family, society, the environment, and the state, guided by the teachings of the Quran and the sayings of Prophet Muhammad. I have focused on familial duties, social duties, religious duties, and religious duties. I would just like to state a quote from Quran 2.3a. It states, this verse emphasizes that guard strictly your prayers, especially the middle prayer and before Allah, in a devout frame of mind. This verse emphasizes the importance of maintaining regular prayers and standing devotedly before Allah. Duties towards non-Muslims. Islam teaches respect and kindness towards people of other faith too. The Quran instructs Muslims to engage with non-Muslims in a just and respectful manner. Shah Ali Quran states, that is the verse emphasis, religious tolerance and acknowledges the diversity of beliefs, instructing Muslims to respect the religious rights of others. In other words, even if I would like to just state about Jainism, in Jainism we have the concept of anekantva, where the respects of other faiths are also taken into consideration without any bias. The truth is multifaceted. Hence, the duties towards the environment also has been quoted in Quran. Allah says, a servant has not spent anything in the cause of Allah except that he will be rewarded for it. Even if even if it is a morsel he places in his wife's mouth. Duties towards the state. I have focused on these things. I'll just go through the headlines. I mean, the duties in Christianity, just a little bit of Christianity. I will focus on one thought. The renowned work of Kartavya Kaumudi by Acharya Ratnachandra resonates with these shared values across regions, stressing the importance of ethical conduct and adherence to righteous duties. It highlights the transformative power of dharma in shaping one's character and guiding one's life journey. Karma and consequences across Jainism and Hinduism. I focused on this, but I will not take too much time. Hence, I will focus on conclusion now. The concept of Kartavya duty serves as unifying thread across religious traditions, guiding individuals towards ethical conduct and moral responsibility. In Jainism, Hinduism, Kartavya manifests to adherence to principles such as non-violence, truthfulness, compassion, and non-possessiveness. In the rich tapestry of human existence, the thread of duty.
Please, would request you to conclude the presentation.
Yeah, I'll conclude. Okay. Just to conclude, as we reflect on the profound teachings of our religious traditions, let us reaffirm our commitment to duty, recognizing it as timeless principles that transcends the boundaries of time and space. May the spirit of Kartavya inspire us to lead a life of purpose, compassion, service, enriching our own lives and the world around us with love and light. Thank you, Vanan.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presenter is Sadhvi Kritagya Kumari Mahasiddhi. Title is Dream in Jain and Non-Jain Scriptures.
Ma'am, please skip little bit because she has been out for grocery, that is called meal.
Okay,
because,
sir.
And I will telephone her because she is in Pune, so she will join from there.
Okay, so we'll take her name later on. The next
Okay,
presenter.
Hitesh Kumar. All these are my students, ma'am. They are doing PhD. 3 Sadhviji, Jain Sadhviji, and 3 other students.
The next in the list is Jash Kumari, Sadhvi Jash Kumari.
Both I will call them. Hitesh Kumar is there.
Okay, sir. Please start with Hitesh Kumar Vasudev Pandya.
Hitesh Kumar, yes, Hitesh Pandya is here only.
Okay, sir.
Namaste, all of international conference. Myself, Hitesh Kumar Vasudev Pandya, And just being like that, I'll be asked to talk my one of the important papers is like that. I'll be enter from my respected, most respected our guide, Dr. Intas Malik sir has given.
I think
Sir,
he is
voice is not
muted.
audible.
You are not
Please
audible.
unmute, sir. Please unmute.
Anything like that, I'll be asked to read for that. Another base of that, my typical be try has to share it, but part of them just has been tried to as to without that, I'll be asked to explain the bridging the mathematical traditions, Islamic, Vedic, and Jain perspective. Like that, my aspect is like that. This research paper they explored the perform the contributions of the Islam, Vedic, and Jain scholar to field of the pure mathematics. It provides the comprehensive analysis and mathematical achievement of the prominent mathematicians from the each of these traditions, shedding the light on that the groundbreaking work and entering the impact they have the head on the development of the mathematical knowledges. I think that in Arabic mathematics, the penalties like achievement, the stand of the transmit to the initiative, the founder of the understanding of the numerical concept of the scholar of the Islamic golden age. Enabling my history like that means mathematics is Arabic mathematicians not only to prevent the wisdom of the Asian civilizations, but providing the grounding, the background, the discovered that lead there the foundations from the modern mathematics and principles. We think like that is the very important. Knowledge is the light, effort lead the success, intelligence is more precious is well. I think that the Al-Khwarizm's father of the algebra was the present mathematician who is the lead in the 9th century. The founding the work of the Al-Kitab, Al-Muqtas, is the Isab, the Al-Walid Muqlab, lead the groundwork for the algebra and introduce the algebraic symbol. His name is origins of the terms of the algorithm. We think like that is the main important part of that. Is each and every religion has been given important roles for that thing is very important part. Same thing is the development, the algorithm beyond the mathematical and astronomical work. Al-Khwarizm is also known for the significant contributions of the algorithm development. And we know there is a present concept like that, particularly in modern technology in computerized and AI is also has been used for the algorithm. Without algorithm, it's not possible anything like that. Now, one more important thing is like that many of the religions has been, we think like that. In Vedic mathematics, the Vaskaracharya one has been given also known as Vaskaracharya. First was the pioneer for the Indian mathematicians and astronomer who has lived during the 7th century. This was the born is in 600. He is in the city of the Vijayapuram in the Karnataka in India. Vaskaracharya first life and the work is to make a significant turning point in the history of the Indian mathematics and astronomy. Same many contributions for that. Master Louis also has given this the thought one of the history for that. That is a very important part.
Sir, your mic is mute. Sir, requesting you to please unmute your mic.
And now at present is also in 21st century is being used for all those mathematicians has given gifted for us as we try to work for the futures for that. And I'm so happy for that all those the very different religions mathematicians have been given the
So again, you are not audible, sir.
Yeah. Please unmute them from our side. Kishore sir, please.
सर आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है सर। मलिक सर, आपकी जो स्टूडेंट्स है, पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स, उनका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है। Malik
So
sir,
please unmute them from your end.
no, I'm trying to unmute, but they are not getting unmute.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Now I request two Sadhvijis are now online. Kindly take them.
Yes, sir. Sadhvi Kritagya Kumari.
Yes, yes. Kutagya Kumari is there online. She will read the paper.
Please, ma'am, start with your presentation. Title.
Yes, presentation also I have given. I have sent.
Please continue.
Sadhvi madam, you can directly read your article without your PPT. Be frankly. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Vanita ma'am,
Sorry, ma'am. Please start.
Yes, yes. Now Sadhviji is online. Kutagya Kumari. Jai Jinendra, you can read. आप paper पढ़िए.
Okay. Introduction. Presentation. Introduction. Dream according to Jain text scriptures. Dreams in other religious people. Point Freud's dream theory of interpretation. Conclusion. This paper exploration the interpretation of dreams in Jainism and other religious traditions, comparing them with Freudian theory rooted in Jain scriptures is X minus. The spiritual symbolism and cosmic resonance attributed to dreams insight from texts like the Parasar Sahinta and Swapna Kamalkar are analyzed. A comparison with Freud's theory reveals divergent perspective with religious interpretation focusing on divine communication and cosmic forces. Will Freudian theory emphasizes psychological dynamics. Understanding this differences sheds light on the complexity of human constitution and the interpretation of dreams. अनुभूतः सुतो द्रष्टा प्रकृतेश्च विकारज संभावतः संवृत्त भूतसिंहन्ता सन्नतिसम्भव देवतागपयस्तेस्यो धर्म कर्म प्रभावज पायादेक समुभ्यश्च स्वप्नस्थान ध्यानवत्यया wherein dreams are delineated experience, witnesses, hard, dissipated by nature, natural, flowing from the stream of thoughts, imparted by divine teachings, a reflection of one's needs and ethics, arising from the subconscious. Among first, there's the initial six types of dreams may manifest as auspicious in auspicious of inconsequential. As the scriptures, dreams involving titles unfold in the time sense. रात्रे चतुर्युग्मेषु दष्टगुस्त स्वप्नः फलितं सैव दशमीः सदैव त्रिवेकेन च करमत निशान्तचालिकयुगे दशायात् फलति ध्रुवं द्रष्टा सूर्योदये स्वप्न सदा फलति निश्चितम्. The dreams began during the first watch of the night materialized over 12 months. Those during the second watch manifest within 6 months. The third watch within 3 months. The fourth watch within 1 month. The final watch within 10 days, and those at the break of dawn are fulfilled. Swapna Kamalkar and astrology delineates dreams into 4 categories: divine, auspicious, inauspicious, auspicious. स्वप्न कमालकर एक ज्योतिष ग्रंथ है। स्वप्नों को 4 श्रेणियों में चित्रित किया जाता है: डिवाइन, ऑस्पियस, इनऑस्पियस, ऑस्पियस, डिवाइन. Significance and interpretation. Jain and Hindu scriptures dream are seen and meaningful phenomena, serving as channels for divine communication and insights into one's karma, destiny. They are interpreted as reflections of subconscious thoughts and cosmic influence, temporal dynamics.
Now you have to
Jain
wind
and
up in 1
Hindu
minute.
scriptures. Hello. Dreams are believed to materialize over different time frames ranging from immediate fruition to months or years. Freud's theory, temporal dynamics in Freud's theory, focus on the immediate context of the dream and its relationship to the depressed past experience and current psychologists that cosmic and spiritual dynamism and Hindu scriptures. Dreams are viewed within the framework of karma, dharma, and cosmic order. They are seen as manifestations of divine guidance and cosmic forces. Freud's theory primarily focuses on individual psychology and the subconscious mind with less emphasis on cosmic or spiritual dimensions. Conclusion. In excising the interpretation of dreams across various religious traditions and psychological theories, it becomes evident that interpretation diverge significantly. While religious scriptures attribute dreams to the divine realm, emphasizing the role of divine power and spiritual significance. Freud's theory posits a psychologist's perspective focusing on the unconscious mind and individual psychology. Religious traditions such as Jainism, Hinduism, and Islam view dreams and conduits for divine communication and spiritual insights, with interpretation often centered around cosmic.
Ma'am, you have to wind up.
कंक्लूड कर दीजिए, आप समाप्त कीजिए. Now Just Kumari. Sadhvi Just Kumari.
Introduction. Salekna tradition of unquilled, transcended sun. This comprehensive research paper examines the unanswered concept of Salekna suicide and euthanasia, exploring their distinct yet interconnected nature within Jainism and beyond. Salekna, deeply rooted in Jain heritage, is a tradition embodying serene cessation, suicide, repression, voluntary agony amid despair, euthanasia, deliberate intervention to alleviate terminal suffering. Through meticulous
Analysis this study discloses the intricate threads of these practices, exploring their philosophies, motivations, culture, influences, ethical complexities, and implications. Kalekna tradition of tranquil, transcendence. Kalekna deeply ingrained in Jain tradition is a practice of voluntary confrontation with morality. This tradition intricately woven into the fabric of Jain spiritual observance encompasses terminologies such as Salekna, Samadhi, and Sannyasasana. Salekna represents a
Unable to hear it.
profound inner voice guiding the practitioner toward a serene explanation of life's inevitable conclusion. A verse from Ratnakar Sravakachar describing the appropriate time for Salekna says, उत्सर्गे दुर्भिक्षे जरसि रुजयां च निप्रतिकारे धर्माय तनु विमोचनमाहु सल्लेखनामार्या. A verse from Ratnakaranda Sravakachar describing the describing the appropriate time for Salekna says, when there is no remedy, when there is no relief from surfing, when famine occurs, when old age sets in, when disease strikes for the sake of protecting the they call the amending of the body Salekna. This was elucidated the appropriate circumstances for the practice of Salekna, emphasizing, emphasizing that it should be undertaken when all possible remedies have been exhausted and there is no relief from suffering. It further mentions situations such as famine, old age, and disease, where the challenges of life become unsurmountable. Each dire circumstances for the preservation and protection of the abandoning of the body is currency done Salekna. This underscores the spiritual significance and ethical consideration inherent in the practice, highlighting its role in upholding the principles of Jainism and maintaining the integrity of the woman's spiritual journey. Another word which glorifies the Samadhi Paran as under अन्तः क्रियाधिकरणं ततः फलं सकलदर्शिनस्ते तस्माद्विभवं समाधिमूर्तिभ्यतिभव्यम्. This verse exhorts the fruit of activity of Salekna, which is the loss of internal action raised by those practices, harmony, and vision.
Conclusion करी दो.
In conclusion, the juxtaposition of Salekna,
Conclusion करी दो. हाँ.
Salekna, suicide, and euthanasia from profound contemplation on the delicate balance between acceptance, compassion, and individual agency. while each practice represents a unique response to life's culmination. They intersected at the fundamental questions of human dignity, autonomy, and the alleviation of suffering. As society grapples with these complex issues, it is essential to engage in thoughtful dialogues and ethical reflection, recognizing, recognizing the profound
Ma'am, your
implications.
time is over. Sorry to interrupt, but your time is over, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just wind up. Okay. सर आपके और भी कोई स्टूडेंट हैं जिनको बोलना
Yes,
है?
एक Manish Mehta, only one.
Okay.
Manish Mehta. Yes, thank you.
Okay, okay. I'm just announcing his name. Manish Kumar Mehta, research scholar, School of Philosophy and Theology, LJ University, Ahmedabad. His topic of presentation is the role of Lesa in today's world, a Jaina perspective. Yes, sir. You can start.
Okay, I've got a screen share. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's audible.
So I'm going to talk about the Lesya, which is a unique Jain word. It refers to the coloration of the soul. And the different colors the soul takes, they have different meanings. So I will try to talk a little bit about Lesya here.
1 second, sorry to interrupt. साध्वी जयेश कुमारी मैम, can you please अपने आप को आप म्यूट कर सकते हो? साध्वी मैम, आपको म्यूट करना है खुद को. सर प्लीज सी ना साध्वी मैम का वो म्यूट हो जाए, डिस्टर्बेंस हो रहा है.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so concept of Lesya. The concept of Lesya arises from the interaction between the soul and the karma. This manifests as a subtle vibration or colors that reflect the individual moral and spiritual condition. Lesya is also known as the coloration of the soul. Each Lesya corresponds to specific types of karmas and mental states, influencing one's perception, behavior, and spiritual progress. Now, there are 6 types of Lesyas. The colors that we talked about, there are 6 types, and this is borrowed from the scripture called Uttradhyan Sutra. This defines the 6 types of Lesyas. The first one is called Krishna Lesya, which is black color. The color is black like collyrium. The person in this condition would be devoid of dharma. Such a person will have no kindness or sympathy, will be burning with jealousy, will be angry, and will be steeped in animosity and malice. This Lesya is associated with delusion, ignorance, and attachment. So Krishna Lesya obscures the soul from innate purity and leads to worldly bondage. The second type of Lesya is called Neel Lesya, blue. Neel Lesya is blue like the throat of a peacock. The person in this condition would be lazy, haughty, cowardly, steeped in stupefying passions, and will be a cheat and a hypocrite, reflecting a state of restlessness, desire, and craving. Neel Lesya binds the soul to the cycle of birth and death, perpetuating suffering. The third type of Lesya is Kapot Lesya, gray color. Kapot Lesya is gray in color like the throat of a pigeon. The person in this condition would be gloomy, excited, despondent, lamenting, calumniating others, praising himself, and will lack mental poise, signifying a mixture of virtuous and non-virtuous tendencies. Kapot Lesya represents a state of moral ambiguity and spiritual indecision. The fourth type of Lesya is Tejo Lesya, red. In Tejo Lesya, color is red like the beak of a parrot. The person in this condition would be religious, a benevolent person, and thinks of what can be done and what should not be done. He has a wholesome and balanced personality. Fifth Lesya is Padma Lesya, yellow. In Padma Lesya, the color is yellow like gold. The person in this condition would be forgiving by nature, and makes sacrifices. He is very conscious, wakeful in the performance of austerities. He remains unaffected by joys and sorrows and is always cheerful. The last lesha is called Shukla lesha, white. In Shukla lesha, color is white like cow's milk or conch shell. When the jiva is firmly rooted in this lesha, that person becomes omniscient, becomes totally free from attachments and hatred, and becomes immersed in soul experience and self-realization. So what do the first three leshas we talked about, they signal? They signal high degree of passion, harmful actions, and deceitfulness. The last three imply lower degree of passion, actions that are harmless as possible, and true inclination towards good practices. So finally, since the lesha is caused by the interaction of karma and the soul, so let us look at two applications of this. First one, this lesha actually grades the purity of the soul. The color is used to symbolize the quality of the soul or the deed. And the second application is Jainism accepts dual reality, that soul and matter are different. It is their union that gives the color of the soul. So when karmic matters become stuck to the soul, it changes it in various ways. And one of these changes is an alteration in color, which is its lesha. The joining together of the soul and karmic particles is the cause of samsara, the cycle of rebirths. Lesha is nothing but karmic stain. So in today's world, now you can apply lesha in many different ways, and we wanted to just share how it is applicable in today's world. So ethical conduct and moral integrity is one way it is applied in today's world. By cultivating awareness of one's lesha and its implications for thought, speech, and action, individuals can strive to align their behavior with principles of non-violence, which is ahimsa, truthfulness, satya, compassion, karuna. This ethical framework not only promotes personal integrity, but also contributes to the well-being of society as a whole, fostering peace, harmony, and social justice. The second application in today's world is spiritual development and self-realization. Through introspection, meditation, and virtuous conduct, individuals can purify their lesha and transcend the bonds of karma, ultimately attaining liberation or moksha from the cycle of birth and death. By cultivating qualities such as equanimity, detachment, and spiritual insight, individuals can free themselves from the grip of worldly attachments and experience the eternal bliss of the soul. And last application is environmental stewardship and ecological harmony. Jainism emphasizes the interconnectedness of all living beings and the importance of ahimsa towards the environment. By recognizing the subtle energies that animate all life forms and cultivating reverence for nature, individuals can adopt sustainable lifestyles, minimize harm to sentient beings, and preserve the ecological balance of the planet. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Ashok M. Kamble. Are you here, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Ashok M. Kamble is our next presenter. He's Assistant Professor and Head, Department of History, Arihant College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Pune. He's presenting on feminist movement in 20th century. Please, sir. And sir, I hope you were there when we have announced that, told the time. So your time limit is 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay, okay, ma'am. I'm audible? Audible?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir.
Research paper creates a feminist movement in 20th century. Actually, when you see the ancient history, it's under based on the patriarchal system. In the ancient period, the patriarchal system, the women have no rights. That's why during the independence war and after the independence war, there are so many women's movements started in India. That's why in this research paper, I am discussing about 6 women's movement after independence, post-independence period. The first women's movement, it's on the Telangana movement. In the Telangana movement, the Telangana movement began in India. It's on the 1946 and it continued till 1951. It's an very important movement, Telangana movement, for the protest of people who wanted the both freedom and food. Freedom and food. The next important movement of women, it's an the Chipko movement. Chipko movement. The Chipko movement is from the Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh. Actually, the illiterate Adivasi woman led this movement in December 1972. It challenged the old belief that forests mean only timber and emphasized their roles in making soil, water, and pure air as the basis of human life. It's a very important movement from the Uttar Pradesh. The third women's movement are anti-Iraq movement. Anti-Iraq movement. The anti-Iraq movement of women in Andhra Pradesh was one of the most historical movement is from started in the 1990s. The historical bangle waged by the women of Andhra Pradesh against the social evil of alcohol drinking is a magnum or in Indian social history. And the fourth movement,
అదే మన ఇంటి దగ్గర మన ఇంటి దగ్గర అది
Others, please mute your mic.
చిచ్చు ఉంటది గ్రేజర్
Others, please mute your mic.
ఆ చిచ్చు పైకి అయ్యి
Subramanian
మేకేశా
sir, please mute yourself.
ఏం చేస్తున్నావు
Subramanian sir,
పొద్దున్న
mute
దాకా
yourself.
తినేసినాయా సరే అయితే చెప్పు
Ma'am, can I continue?
ఎప్పుడు
Yes, sir. Yes.
The fourth woman movement is the dowry and anti-rape movement.
సరే
Just a minute.
Can
sir.
I audible?
Can we
సరే అయితే
Dear
ఇప్పుడు
participation,
చేస్తున్నాడు ఆడు పని చేస్తున్నాడా
dear participation, please mute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please continue. Kamli sir, please continue.
Yes. The fourth movement is on the dowry and the anti-rape movement. Actually, dowry and anti-rape movement, it's on the very important another movement from the post-independent period. The two payment of dowry is voluntary, a large number of case of dowry poor. So this question becomes a social issue when all can resist against it. It take the form of the movement. There have been cases of dowry in all castes, religion, and classes in India. That's what the dowry movement is a very important movement in the post-independence period. Then the next fifth movement is the women's self-group movement. Women's self-group movement. Self-help groups were formed to empower women economically. The need for women's self-help groups in the rural areas or urban areas. The self-help group movement is widespread and highly successful women's empowerment movement. Today, in the 2024, is also a self-help group movement. It's started in India. The last one, it's an anti-inflation movement. Anti-inflation movement since 1970, India has seen an increase in the prices of essential commodities due to the rise of inflation. The budget of housewives collapsed. A deep harassment against the government across among the women. Some women political leaders work to break this. Among them, Pramila Dandaute and Ahilya Rangekar, Tara Reddy, Manju Gandhi, and Kunal Gore. The current research shows that the feminist movement in India in the 20th century has given women a social force to fight injustice. It is the that the work of making women aware of their existence has been done by this women's movement to improve the social status of women as well as to bring their social problems to the world and to create a new leadership from women. Research, thoughts, literature, article, etc. Created our woman and from that women's social, political, educational, women's movement has become a powerful vehicle for family development. Also, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Mrs. Aisha Sayed. Ma'am, are you here? Our next speaker is Mohammed Majid. Are you here? Miss Neeta Sonkar. Sania Nachan, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Neeta Sonkar.
Neeta Sonkar. Okay. So our next speaker is Miss Neeta Sonkar. She is Assistant Professor, Mahendra Pratap Sharda Prasad College of Art, Science and Commerce, Bandra, Maharashtra. Her topic is future benefits and opportunities of blockchain technology in e-commerce. You can start, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. You are. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Neeta Sonkar, and I am Assistant Professor from Mahendra Pratap Sharda Prasad Singh College of Arts, Commerce and Science. My research topic is future benefits and opportunities of blockchain technology in commerce. Basically, I would like to start with the abstract. My abstract would be highlighted about the blockchain technology that enables moving digital assets from one individual to another. Uh, it has been observed that developed and developing nations economies, they are seeking to grow future benefits and opportunities of blockchain through greater financial support and strong awareness to boost e-commerce. But today, blockchain has established remarkable position in e-commerce through various businesses for the development and betterment of nations. So in this research paper, an attempt was made to know the future benefits and upcoming opportunities of blockchain in e-commerce. And also, research shows future necessity, more optimistic outcomes, and high awareness level of users of blockchain technology in e-commerce by various businesses. With the help of my research paper, my keywords, blockchain technology, e-commerce benefits and opportunities. And the objectives of my study to study the awareness level of blockchain technology of businesses, to enhance the future necessity of blockchain technology, also to make understand the upcoming opportunities and challenges of blockchain technology. So would like to start with the introduction of blockchain. A blockchain is a distributed database that allows for secure, transparent, and tamper-proof digital transactions. It also maintains a continuously growing list of order records. Blocks are linked using cryptography. Each block contains a cryptographic hash of the previous block, a timestamp, and transaction data. So, a blockchain is a decentralized and public digital ledger that is used to record transactions across many computers. It's an online distribution system that stores information and it's based on interconnected data information that is open to everyone. Hence, that is called block. Each block is connected to the data of the previous block. It is known as blockchain. In simple words, it's a chain of connected blocks that can store information. There are three things on every block. If I highlight it, the first one, it contains data, which is the information we store on the block, and that depends upon the type of blockchain. For example, cryptocurrencies. In this, there is information about the sender, the receiver, and the transaction. Second, every block of data holds in the hash of the block, which is the finger point of the block. Hash is usually used to identify that block. It's always unique, and that hash is usually used to identify that block. And the last, thirdly, every block contains the hash of the previous block, which connects the current block with the remaining blockchain. That is future that is features that make this mechanism so secure. This helps in creating a system that allows the creation, verification, and updating of records by everybody. By seeing this diagram, we can easily understand the process of blockchain technology, how it secures the data collected from one an individual. Next is about the e-commerce because the research is basically related with the e-commerce. So as we all know, e-commerce is the buying and selling of goods and services over the internet. It is conducted over computers, tablets, smartphones, and other smart devices. Almost anything can be purchased through e-commerce today, which makes e-commerce highly competitive. So it can be substitute for a brick and mortar store through some businesses choose to maintain both. E-commerce operates in several market segments, including business to consumer, consumer to consumer, and consumer to business. There are pros of e-commerce also. For example, owners can generate revenue semi-passively. Consumers can easily browse for specific products. Consumers can have greater earning potential as there are no limitation on physical location as long you can ship there. Also reduce costs assuming digital presence costs less than building, insurance, taxes, and repairs. And greater marketing control, including data extraction from customers, targeted ads, and pop-up placements. Along with this, there are cons of e-commerce, like limited customer service opportunities, as there is little to no face-to-face opportunities. Also, lack instant gratification as customer must believe in a product before seeing it in person. Product can't be seen or handled until delivered. Revenue or income when websites go down. High reliance on shipping constraints and higher competition due to lower barriers of entry and greater customer potential. Now, blockchain technology in e-commerce. Blockchain-based e-commerce platform offers distributed ledger technology
Ma'am, you have
that
to
has
wind up in 1 minute.
yeah, sure, ma'am. So, potential to improve e-commerce. Let us discuss about the benefits of blockchain technology. So, there are basically majorly four benefits, that is decentralized data storage, more secure record keeping, improved verification and traceability, and immutable public ledger. So benefits of blockchain technology in e-commerce, that is faster transaction, transparency in the supply chain, high security. It reduces cost, authentic reviews, removes the need for middlemen, boosts trade at the global level, ensuring product delivery and the product warranties. So here are few examples of used blockchain technology in e-commerce, that is Ethereum, Bitcoin, Ripple. As I don't have much more time, otherwise I will explain what is Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Ripple. Then behind my research, what is the scope? So the scope of study, this research will help to understand the utmost importance of blockchain technology in e-commerce, and also it enhances the usability. The research will give an idea to the businesses to adapt the technology for their long-term survival and healthy business in e-commerce. So my suggestion with the research, that is people should show interest to learn the technology so that they should be more comfortable and feel safe while using blockchain technology in e-commerce. Others design user-friendly interface that makes it easy for customer to understand and use blockchain features such as tracking product origins or verifying authenticity. Clearly communicate the
Ma'am,
benefits of blockchain technology.
now you have to conclude, ma'am, please.
Okay, so now the conclusion is 1 minute, ma'am. I would like to conclude my research. So conclusion is that we know that people are hesitant to learn the technology, but it is all about knowledge and future necessities. So here, few respondents, actually I have done this research based on the primary data. On the basis of the primary data, the few respondents were who have already used blockchain technology in e-commerce, but the other people who have not aware yet must have learned about it. And the way technology has developed in the field of e-commerce, it is very important to have complete information of blockchain technology. So hence, there are future benefits and opportunities of blockchain technology in e-commerce. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we'll move ahead. Our next presenter is Ms. Sania Najin, Assistant Professor, Department of BAF, A. Kalasekar Degree College, and the title of her presentation is Study on Mathematics, Anxiety and Ways to Overcome It. Sania, ma'am, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, attendees, and participants present here. Myself, Ms. Sania Nachan, Faculty DRT's A. Kalasekar Degree College, Department of BCom Accounting and Finance. With due permission of the dignitaries, I would like to proceed with my presentation. Today, we are diving into a topic that affects individuals of all ages and backgrounds. The phenomenon known as mathematics anxiety, its causes among students, and ways to overcome it. Moreover, if we delve into the topic mathematics anxiety, we observe that mathematics anxiety is a negative emotional reaction to the mathematics, which includes degree of helplessness, panic, and mental disorganization among the individuals which they face with a mathematical problem. It can also be termed as a psychological condition marked by feelings of apprehension, fear, or stress specifically associated with the mathematics. Being a mentor or a guide or someone who plays a vital role in molding and shaping the individual's mindset towards their subjects and their careers, it's mandatory for the teachers to recognize the presence of mathematics anxiety among the students. Moreover, now the question arises how the teacher or how one could find out the presence of mathematics anxiety among the students. So I have came out with some points, or we can say there are some signs of mathematics anxiety which we could observe among the individuals. The first is avoiding activities related to mathematics. The second is a feeling of underachieving among the individuals while solving mathematical problems. Next is negative approach towards any activity related to mathematics and discouragement among themselves. Likewise, we being a teacher sometimes come across many students who have not chosen the field of commerce, or they have a fear of selecting the accounting and finance field due to involvement of mathematics, while on the other hand, it is not so. Mathematics and accounting both are very different from each other, but the fear of mathematics or this mathematics anxiety in this way helps the students or makes them unable to skip their career. Moreover, if we see the causes and signs of mathematics anxiety, we believe that the permanent or continuous negative belief and thinking pattern towards the subject is the main reason for development of mathematics anxiety. Apart from it, there are few other points such as negative experiences with the mathematics, which could be a failure in the subject or low score in the subject. The second is inappropriate teaching method. Next, social comparison, pressure to succeed, and perfectionism. Likewise, as there are causes or there are signs of mathematics anxiety, there are also various strategies which could help to overcome the mathematics anxiety. These strategies can be used by the individual student himself or herself, by his or her teacher and family members. These strategies are active engagement of the family members, their teachers, and peers to solve the problems related to mathematics. Next is positive outlook or positive attitude towards the subject. Third is master the fundamentals. As we say, if the fundamentals are strong, the person or the student can master in any subject. If we start making this fundamental strong, we personally think that the maths anxiety could be overcome.
You have to conclude in 1 minute, ma'am.
Next is embracing the mistakes, taking small steps towards the perfection, relating the maths problems to the social life, and the last is embrace the growth of mindset. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Dr. Ninad Vijay Jadhav. Sir, are you here? Dr. Ninad Vijay Jadhav. Okay. I'm just calling few names again. Dr. Mohammad Majid, are you here, research scholar? Okay. Okay, over to you, Shaista ma'am. You can call the next presenters.
Okay, thank you. Our next presenter is Ms. Shweta Vinod Pathak. Shweta Vinod Pathak, Assistant Professor, Mahendra Pratap Sharda Prasad Singh College. Do we have her? Moving ahead, next presenter, Neelab Sharma. Neelab Sharma, Research Scholar from Raman University. Neelab ma'am, are you there in the session? Neelab Sharma.
Proceed, ma'am.
Moving ahead, Syed Shifa Nasir Ali. Miss Syed Shifa Nasir Ali, Assistant Professor at DRT's A.E. Kalasekar Degree College.
Shifa ma'am, are you here? Aage, ma'am.
Okay, Hadika Masood, Miss Hadika Masood from DRT's A.E. Kalasekar College. Ma'am, are you here? Miss Hadika Masood. Okay, Miss Tasneem Sheikh from DRT's A.E. Kalasekar College.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, ma'am, please.
Can I start with my presentation?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
Ma'am, you're not audible to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. This is Tasneem Sheikh from AE Kalasekar Degree College, and my research topic is a study of corporate well-being elevation with respect to mental health of homesick employees. The arrival of COVID-19 has popularized the concept of mental health, especially in India. Today, people are becoming very much aware with the mental health issues. Organizations also take various initiatives in order to work on the well-being of their employees. Working away from home can affect the mental state of employees, which ultimately affect the productivity of organization, resulting in overall economic loss. According to one article of Business Standard, in India, mental health disorders are expected to result in an economic loss of over 1 trillion US dollar between 2012 and 2030. Therefore, this study investigates the effects of mental health on productivity and also provides the insights of well-being measures needed for such homesick employees. The study is based on primary as well as secondary data. Primary data is collected through questionnaire, which consists of 10 questions. Sample size is 100, out of which 56 are male and 44 are female. The first question was about respondents' current employment status. 52% of them work on full-time basis and 22% of them are working on part-time and 20% are on contractual basis. 58% of them are working for more than 3 years. When asked about if they have experienced homesickness while working, 53% of respondents said yes, they have experienced homesickness while working away from home. Out of 100 respondents, 47% have frequently experienced homesickness. 23% always feel homesick, whereas 20% occasionally and 10% rarely feel homesick. Next question was about the reasons for homesickness. 64% of respondents think it is because of being away from family and friends. 56% think it is because of missing familiar surrounding. 58% say it is because of cultural differences, and 33% say it is because of language barrier. Next question was about how does homesickness affect your mental health. So 47% of respondents think it impacts the job performance. 31% think it leads to feeling of depression, whereas 20% say it causes stress and anxiety. Next question was about does your company offer any support or resources to help employees cope with homesickness? 36% respondents think their company provides support to cope with homesickness. 11% don't think their company provides any support. 16% don't know whether their company provides such support or not. Lastly, 37% of the respondents are doubtful about such support for the homesickness. Now, this bar graph expresses the ratings given by respondents for the support provided to address homesickness. Majority have given 3 out of 5 to their organization support system, which is of course an average rating. Next question was, have you ever discussed your homesickness with your manager or HR department? 52% of the respondents have discussed it with the manager and 48% have not discussed it with managers. Last question was, do you feel that homesickness has affected your overall job satisfaction? 58% think yes, it does affect. 25% may think it has any effect on the overall job satisfaction, whereas 11% are not sure about it. From this analysis, the findings of this research are working away from home result into poor mental health, anxiety and depression. And yes, homesickness leads to poor job performance and thereby reduces the productivity. There is a need to improve corporate well-being measures for the homesick employees. And in conclusion, the research shows the fact that employees' homesickness has a negative effect on their mental health as well as their work performance. Therefore, organizations should include this issue in their well-being strategies, and employers should make a work environment which is quite thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Second, Shakila, ma'am. Ma'am, are you here? From DRT's college. Moving to our next. Okay. Ma'am, please continue.
Hello. The participation, who want to do the PPT presentation? If you go to the as per the list, some of the person available, some of the person is not available. Therefore, it will be directly open. Who want to do the presentation? That means it will be save the time also.
Hello, Shaista ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I can.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
You can start.
Shaista
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah, just a minute. Nimesh sir,
Yes, ma'am.
you want to say anything before the presentation starts?
Ma'am, please take my paper, ma'am. After this.
Okay. Shaista miss, please note. And also note the instructions given by Vadmare sir.
Okay, ma'am. We'll follow this one. Okay, next presenter, Dr. Nitin Sethi. Please present. Nitin sir, are you there in the session? Okay, next presenter, Ame Ranade, Assistant Librarian from Parle Tilak Vidyalaya Association. Ame sir? Moving to the next presenter, Dr. Meenal Shah. Dr. Meenal Shah, Associate Professor, Om Kothari Institute, Kota, Rajasthan. Dr. Meenal Shah. Moving on to the next one, Shazia Muhammad Irfan Momin, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, from GM Momin Women College.
Shaista ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I think Nimesh sir is ready with his presentation. Nimesh Kumar sir.
Ma'am, can I?
Had requested.
Can I start, ma'am?
Nimesh ma'am, please, sir, please start.
Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Namaskar to everybody. I am a research scholar for management, PhD in management, Dr. C.V. Raman University, Kota, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. My topic is topic of paper is a thorough examination of the 2019 Consumer Protection Act, encouraging customers in the modern era. So, as we know, as we all know, these days we are living in a great era of market globalization. Nowadays, market becoming a digital market. Consumer is facing different type of problems instead of consumer faced in the past era. So it is needed to make the laws as per the present market practices. So the amendments and changes introduced in Consumer Protection Act in 2019 by the government. So I would start by my paper. Consumer in India are dealing with a number of issues as e-commerce e-commerce expands. These includes concern with return and exchanges the supply chain of for faulty and counterfeit goods, challenges with after sale services, etc. In addition, there are legal concern about things like deception charges and fees, legal concerns about things and terms and conditions accessibility, safely, confidentiality, and sovereignty. Following Indian demonetization and the launch of the government Digital India campaign, there has been an increase in e-commerce transactions. This has led to an anticipated rise in consumer complaints, overrides, violations by uh, uh, reactions. In response to the growing number of these complaints, the Indian government passed the Consumer Protection Act 2019 and 2019 in order to help the central, state, and district consumer protection councils determine how much funding is required for online consumer awareness programs that informs online shoppers for their rights. My study will gather inputs from relevant parties and inform them of their rights. This research will also look at how the Act's passages has affected customers' purchasing habits and access how well the dispute resolution process works. And today's era, a new age of consumer protection in the India has been brought by the historic Consumer Protection Act of 2019. This legislation was enacted to take the changes demands of customers in the digital era. It notably improves consumer rights and fortifies grievances redressal process. The objective of this research paper is to do thorough analysis of the Consumer Protection Act 2019, examining its principles, features, reinfections, and abstracts for both business and consumers. The Act's ability to promote fair trading practices and it in functions in fostering a competitive and consumer-focused marketplace are also examined in the study. There has been a notable shift from Consumer Protection Act of 1986 to the Consumer Protection Act of 2019. The new law aims to give consumer strong protections and channels for redress in recognition of the increasingly complex nature of the contemporary consumer market, particularly in the digital sphere. Shifts in consumer demands and market realities have influenced the Department of Consumer Protection legislation in India. A study concerned in 2005 by Bakshi traces the evolution of consumer protection legislation in India and gives historical background. The passage of the Consumer Protection Act of 2019 signifies a shift in the law towards something more contemporary and consumer focused. In this law, there is given a large meaning of definitions like the consumer. In order to deal with the issues raised by the online shopping and digital services, the Act broadens the depiction of consumer and encompass those who make both physical and online purchases. Like this, mediation is the key factor in this law. In the event of an agreement of the complainant, acceptance stage or at the later time with mutual agreement, the Act 2019 offers a dispute resolution option via the mediation procedure. Offers Section 37 to speed up redressal. A mediation cell would function in every city, state, national commission, and regional bench. The Act's sections 74 through 81 specify the specific process. According to Section 81(1), there is no room for appeal against the mediation passed decision, which suggests that the initial step of redressal will go quickly and affect service providers as well as customers. So my conclusion, yes, I am coming to conclusion, ma'am. There is some challenges also in this story, but I'm coming to conclusion. That is protecting consumer rights in the digital era has advanced significantly with the passage of the Consumer Protection Act in 2019. With the introduction of protection liability, stronger redressal procedures, and an enlarged definition of consumers, the Act seeks to provide a legal level playing field, whereas customers are safeguards and empowered. The Act effectiveness still depends on resolving implementation issues and finding the ideas equilibrium among customers' interests and corporate expansions. The Act. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The
Thank you
study
so much.
emphasizes. Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you so much. Next presenter, Neelab. Next presenter, Neelab Sharma, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? I am Nilab Sharma. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Nilab Sharma.
Yes, sir.
I am audible. आवाज आ रही है
Yes,
मैम?
sir. Yes, sir. You are
Yes, sir.
audible. आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
Okay, ma'am. So my topic is about solar technology in rural areas of Jharkhand. And can you see my screen? Is it getting shared? Can
No,
you
sir.
see
We
my
can see
screen?
only your names. Sir, आपका सिर्फ नाम दिख रहा है हमें.
Okay, okay. Just a minute. Just a minute. Let me.
Meanwhile, can you
Share.
announce the next name so that they can be ready with the PPT?
Yes, ma'am. I've already mentioned that in chat box. She's Fazila, ma'am.
Okay.
Now can you see my screen? Can you see my
Fazila
screen?
Banu.
Hello.
So we can see your name only. We cannot see your screen. I mean, your PPT is not being displayed, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. Give me 1 second. Just a second.
Yes,
Just a
sure,
second.
sir.
Huh. Now you can see.
Yes, sir.
So my topic is about solar energy technology in the rural areas of Jharkhand, because nowadays we are facing a lot of environmental degradation, climate change, and global warming like issues are there. So for that reason, we need to change our mindsets. For that purpose, this study goes on. In the first part, we have introduction. According to World Bank, about 40% of Indian homes lack a source of electricity. It indicates a significant resource shortage. So like 40% Indian home does not have electricity source. And for proper energy conservation, it requires proper energy management. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, has created programs for promoting this kind of thing, so that people should switch on to alternative renewable energy sources. And these programs include incentives, subsidies, low interest loans, concessional taxes, and also benefits on imports of raw material and excise duty exemptions in order to encourage the production and usage of solar energy products in Jharkhand. A key determinant of this extent to which energy policies objectives can be met in by public opinion. So government before making any energy policy should consult people and try to understand their mindset and their expectation, what the people expect from the government regarding energy crisis. And this is what we called key determinant of the extent to which energy policy objectives can be met by public opinion. In India, solar energy has been growing in popularity as a result of R&D, marketing, and demonstration. India uses a combination of both various conventional and unconventional energy sources, including renewable and non-renewable, both energy resources, for meeting its 4% of global energy consumption. The three most widely used energy sources are traditional biomass, petroleum products, and coal. If energy efficiency, renewable energy production, and conservation all rise, this will be possibly making India a self-sufficient nation. And this has been mentioned in Venkat Raman and Shiba's research paper too in 2014. The objective of this study goes for using TV and social media to ascertain how much customer awareness for solar product is there in the rural part of the India. So how much people are aware about solar energy and products. Second, to determine the factor that affect the consumer perception of environment worth. So we are in this study, we will be trying to know which are the factors which affects the mindset of the people about their environmental consciousness. So how much people are conscious for their environment, and those factors which either increase or decrease their consciousness regarding their environment. And third is to ascertain the customer sentiment and encourage the use of solar power solutions. So in the third point, we will try to know that what are the thinking level of the people about the solar energy and environmental degradation, and how we can encourage or promote the solar energy usage so that pollution and other sort of energy problem which degrade the environment can be controlled. The methodology adopted in this research study is the purpose of this article is to investigate consumer attitudes and purchasing intentions with regard to solar products in the market, and standardized questionnaires and interviews conducted using stratum random sampling in the states of Jharkhand in the chosen or selected districts. A sample of 200 people were selected randomly from the population, and they were given questionnaires. Convenient sampling is used to interview consumer, potential purchaser, specialist of the field, policy makers, and executioners for this descriptive and exploratory study. Result and discussion. Initially, the information was entered into the spreadsheet and then imported into SPSS 22.0. Thus, the outcome of the current investigation were examined utilizing SPSS software. So SPSS software we used for analyzing this, and a percentage analysis was performed in order to determine the respondents' demographic data. The data are summarized through the use of descriptive statistics. So statistics tools are obviously used. The expression for variables is mean plus minus standard deviation. When determining relationship between two different categorical variable, the chi-square test is employed. And at last, in conclusion, the study finds this, or the study explores this, the purchase pattern and mentalities of prospective solar product consumer in rural India. So the study goes for finding what is the mental mindset of a consumer to buy solar energy product and to switch for an alternative new technology. This study demonstrates the relationship between homeowner decision about setting up solar panel systems and their environmental consciousness. This is the key line. This is the theme line. This study demonstrates the relationship between homeowners' decision about setting up solar panels and their environmental consciousness. So if they are not conscious about their environment, they will be not bothering about switching to alternative renewable energy sources, because the non-renewable energy sources like coal and petrol, they create a lot of pollution and they degrade environment and increase global warming, and also climatic change and other kind of problem comes. So if consciousness for environment is not there, people will not be likely to think to switch to any other resource of energy where the environment can be saved. So this key line says this study demonstrates the relationship between homeowner decision to apply solar PV panel on their rooftops and their environmental consciousness. And in the third, we have an observation in the study: promoting and motivating individual to use this photovoltaic technology is essential for industry expansion in the residential segment. In the residential segment, if people in the hometowns or residential segment, they try to adopt this technology, then this solar energy industry will grow up. The purpose of this study is to determine consumers' familiarity with solar power products through social media and television. In the conclusion, the customer desire to use photovoltaic lighting and power technology related to solar is influenced by a number of elements, including societal variables, government exertions, responsibility for the environment, mindset of the people, and knowledge of the environment. However, the concern for environment is the main reason, and solar popularity and solar product awareness is growing in rural India.
Sir, time is
Thank
up.
you.
Please conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This was the conclusion.
Yeah. Okay, our next presenter is Fazila Banu. Ma'am, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
No,
Am
not
I
Shakila
audible?
ma'am, aap nahi. Fazila Banu ma'am.
हाँ.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. I'm Fazila.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, you can start, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. My topic is phytochemical analysis and bioactivity screening of Euphorbiaceae species in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The first one is introduction. The point of bioactive ingredient which exists in the plants of its family Euphorbiaceae is also well known, as its floristic variety is wide. The botanical traits of this plant species are highly important in traditional medicine. Through the study of the Euphorbiaceae family, more specifically medicinal plant in this area of therapy. This research would analyze the chemical composition of plant used for traditional treatment. There is an urgent need to search for bioactive compound in natural research. It motivates researcher for medical development and discoveries is the reason behind this research. It is focused on the extraction of these plant phytochemicals by conducting phytochemical studies and bioactivity screening. The second one is material and methods, plant collection and identification. A field survey is an activity that is undertaken in the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, namely the district of Azamgarh and Varanasi, for gathering the Euphorbiaceae family medicinal plant. Flower or leaf key and taxonomic descriptors are used to classify the plants in standard botanical classifier. Phytochemical analysis. Plant samples are gathered, allowed to air dry, pulverized into a fine powder, and they recovered in stages using different polarity solvents. The results, fluid extract, are the subjected to regular qualities chemicals test. Then the result. Phytochemical profiles. According to the phytochemical study, the Euphorbiaceae species that obtained samples from the division of Azamgarh and Varanasi exhibited the extensive range of bioactive chemicals. Among the phytoconstituents analyzed are alkaloids, flavonoids, phenols, saponins, tannins, terpenoids, and glycosides mentioned. It is found that the chemicals had been observed in different magnitudes in diverse species.
Euphorbia hirta has the highest containants of alkaloids, while Ricinus communis contain the most tannins are flavonoids. Among the next classified plant, Phyllanthus niduri is characterized by a high phenol content, which means it contains the highest number of antioxidant chemicals. The fourth one is discussion. Interpretation of findings. The research findings point out how the phytochemical combination is responsible for the manifestation of medicinal plants from the Euphorbiaceae family. The use of these plants or medicines is verified by the presence of bioactive compounds such as alkaloids, flavonoids, and phenols, which have excellent antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. These observations merely matches the biological activity reported. Among the species, some observation merely matches the biological activity reported. Among the species, some have unique flavors such as antibacterial, cytotoxic, or antioxidant activities. It means that is belonging for medicinal reasons as a medicine to treat infection diseases, cancer, and diseases associated with oxidative states. Comparison limitation. In addition to the diversity of phytochemical profile that it finds amongst plant samples, its evaluation of bioactivity taking into accounts possible synergistic effects is often one of the challenges involved in the research process. Research in the years to come should try to work around this drawback through the utilization of modern analytical tools designed for total education for the chemical tree. The fifth one is conclusion. Hence, the investigation generates more comprehensive information about the bioactive potential and phytochemical diversity of Euphorbiaceae plant from this part of eastern Uttar Pradesh. These plants are now emphatically identified as a great therapeutic potential, while at the same time backing conventional therapy and application in drug development. Knowledge about body system from phylum to species, how allowed it to take advantage of their healing power and bring up novel medicines. The research assure efficient utilization of Euphorbiaceae materials in conventional health care system and also in drug development. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Presenter, ma'am.
Guys, ma'am, are you going to say the name? Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Sanjay Joshi.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, sir, you can start.
My topic is impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the sports industries. The COVID-19 crisis highlighted the importance of interdependence in the sustainability. The Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) provides a framework for responding to the crisis. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development consists of 17 global goals for a better future. Many organizations, including sports organizations, have joined the UN Sustainable 17 goals, sports production, sports entertainment, sport. The COVID-19 pandemic had a significant impact on the sports industries. Dispersal, clubs were closed, competition were cancelled, and sales of sports clothing and equipment declined. And the 2020 Olympic and Paralympic Games in Tokyo were postponed to 2021 due to the spread of the virus. Sporting events were held without spectators, including the Olympics, which lead to financial challenges for the organizer. The original Olympic motto was changed to the emphasis unity and solidarity in the face of the pandemic. Customer preferences shifted towards sports equipment for home use, leading manufacturers to adapt their product and sell online. The COVID-19 pandemic had significant negative impact on the sports industry. The extent and duration of these effects are uncertain. Exercise and sports have played many 19 has affected different sectors of the sports industries, as is shown on a figure. The pandemic has influenced the function of these sectors. The role of sports in contributing to sustainable development goals and effect of COVID-19 on sports organization are discussed. The sports industry faced a major financial losses due to the pandemic. Sporting events were held without spectators, including the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo. The Japanese people expressed the concerns about the Olympics and called its cancellation. The Olympic slogan was tend emphasize unity and solidarity in the face of the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic had a significant impact on the sports industries, leading changes in the consumer preference and the way sports equipment is purchased. Close to using sports equipment at home, promoting manufacturers to produce smaller size equipment for home use. To avoid bankruptcy, sports equipment manufacturers adapted their products to meet the new need arising from the pandemic.
Sir, last 1 minute. Please wind up.
And so you're not audible.
Are uncertain, but exercise and sports have been important for
We can't hear you, sir.
addressing this goal are discussed in the rest of the ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Ms. Shakila Sayyed, ma'am. Shakila, ma'am, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. You can.
Yeah. So my PPT. I can start like this only. Hello.
Yes, Shakila, ma'am.
I can start.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. See, I cannot share from my device, mobile.
Okay. Sabha, ma'am, can you please share it? I've already shared the PPT with you earlier.
Or else I can say orally.
Sabha, ma'am. Okay, you can start, ma'am. Shakila, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you. A very good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum, all of you. Now, today's my topic is means on student track in management and marketing courses under NEP 2020. As there is been since from last more than 2 years we are listening means national education policy, right, like that. Now as I'm into post graduation for management and marketing, my core area is marketing. So let me tell you means right, this NEP, it has come with a very tremendous transformation, with a dream desire for many of, not only for the student, for the teaching, for everyone else, means right, like that. So it has been focused on skill development, it has influenced student trend in management marketing courses, right, to move the role pattern, they can choose anything else. Let me give you a glaring example, because from this year itself only NEP has been started. Earlier we used to have only 14 subjects. Each SAM we used to have 4 theory subjects and all, because I belong from business management and all that. So, but now it has come with tremendous professional courses. That is something hospitality industries, something means right, healthy and safety, something from law, something. So this is something means right, we can learn, we can gel it. How, for example, I'll give you that means when we order in a hotel for thali, right, like that, we get salad, we get means rice, chapati and all that. In the same way means right, now whatever you want, you can go for that. Earlier what it was that अरे भैया हमको तो है नहीं, यानी कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है, करना है तो करना है, right, like that it was. But now it is means right, you can enroll, you have n number of options are there, this all. So the main NEP is now you can do your startups, and online job trainings are there, projects are there, various field visits are there. It has been made compulsory and all that. Now let's talk about the introduction. When I talk about you, it is an interdisciplinary flexibility. It's from anywhere else, any part of the state, any part of means right, you can virtual learning, online, hybrid, right, offline, this all thing is it has been. Now students, they can pursue their interest of various disciplines. They can take it means right, if they are interested in music, if they are interested in science, if they are interested in management and all that. Earlier they were being deprived if they are from arts. Myself means right, I was from commerce, I want to do arts and all that, but I could not, because there was no other choices and all that. But now I'm not feeling jealous and all, somewhere else means I'm feeling that means this generation, they are really lucky, means how much they are getting it and all that. Now the approach line, growing needs for versatile professional who can navigate and knowledge necessary to globalize industry. You can now, let me tell you that a beautiful ad is there. मुझे छूना है मुझे आसमान, पाना है मुझे ये जहान. So through NEP, through has a educational and all that means right, you can touch, sky is the limit, you can reach anywhere else. You can collaborate, not only summer internship, not only projects and various other things, but apart from that means right, you can means do your internship, you can do means right, you can enroll for now n number of international universities. They are being collaborate with Indian universities and Indian universities, just like LPG and all that. How the industries used to come, now the learning system has been. And a day before yesterday, I had attended one workshop. It has been that some of them, they had coming forward and they are having means literally a project for more than 2,000 students of our Indian, right, like that. They will be getting opportunity to move to the global. They are having means they are being tied up with some of the reputed and well-known universities, and as well as means right with the corporates that for projects and for niche market, for various industries, farmers, right? Hello? Yeah?
Ma'am, last 1 minute, please conclude.
Okay. Yeah, an objective is nothing that is means right, you need to identify what you can bring and what you can do it means right, how you can make your faculty as per means right, ready, right, can accept the challenge, can upgradation and all that means right, to understand career aspiration. You need to think about it. Earlier it was that the whatever you used to give, they don't have any choice. Now they can select it and they can choose it, and means right, they can now investigate. You need to study, you need to know relevant skills and all that, and objectives and all. Now scope, that is means right, literature review, this is interdisciplinary, are there skill development, industries alignment, entrepreneur, startups and all that. And research methodology, this is purely based on secondary research, and scope of that is n number of scopes are there, various education systems, university, you can collaborations are there, various means right, vocational institute catering to undergraduate, postgraduate, various things you can do it and all that. Now limitation, one thing I'll say that, see, if there is something benefit, obviously there is, right, something loopholes and all that. So obviously means, right, it will take time. It is not all of a sudden within 1 day or within 1 year it will change, right, like that. So lot of investment need to be done in infrastructure and various means, right, digitalize and various other things it has to be, and to understand, to implement and all that it will take. Solution is that obviously we can monitor, we can have various community, we can right tie up, we can have internship program, right, like that. Basically we can broaden and all that, and not findings from all this means, right, it has been finded that means, right, we need to have hands-on experience, we need to industry relevant and all that. We have to focus on digital educations and reshaping landscape of management and all that, and references all that. Thank you very much. Okay, with this, any questions?
Farzana ma'am and Farah ma'am, Shakila ma'am is asking like if you have
any questions.
Ma'am, we will give a feedback review after the end of this session, presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Jazakallah.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, Shakila ma'am. Now we have our last presenter, Dr. Smita Giri. Ma'am, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can start, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Smita Giri. I am working as a librarian in Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Nandanwan, Nagpur. I have written my paper in Marathi language. The topic of my paper is Vachan आणि ग्रंथालय. Ma'am, my PPT is not moving.
It's visible, ma'am. For me, it's visible. Farah ma'am and Farzana ma'am.
It's visible, but just see that it's running.
Madam, it is not moving.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not moving.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Now it's okay.
Okay.
प्रस्तुत लेखात वाचनाचे महत्व व विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये वाचनाची आवड निर्माण करण्यात ग्रंथालयाची भूमिका, ग्रंथालयाचा संबंध स्पष्ट करण्याचा मी प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. ग्रंथालय ही एक सामाजिक संस्था मानली जाते. सामाजिक, शैक्षणिक व सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्रातील वाचकांच्या ज्ञानात भर टाकण्याच्या दृष्टीने ग्रंथालय अतिशय उपयोगी आहेत. कोणत्याही प्रकारची ग्रंथालयात असो, मग ती शालेय ग्रंथालय असो, सार्वजनिक वाचनालय असो, शैक्षणिक ग्रंथालय किंवा विशेष ग्रंथालय असो, विविध प्रकारच्या साहित्यासह वाचनाचे वेगळे वातावरण देऊन समाजात वाचनाच्या दृष्टीने ग्रंथालय अतिशय महत्वाची भूमिका बजावतात. ग्रंथालयाचे मुख्य उद्देश म्हणजे वाचकांना आवश्यक वाचन साहित्य उपलब्ध करून देणे, वाचकांमध्ये अभ्यासाची, वाचनाची वृत्ती निर्माण करणे, अभ्यासाची, वाचनाची आवड निर्माण करण्यास मदत करणे. विद्यार्थी विकास म्हणजे केवळ गुणवत्ता वाढ नव्हे, तर विद्यार्थी विकासात बुद्धिमत्ता, अभियोग्यता, अभिरुची, अभिव्यक्ती, भावनात्मकता या सर्वांचा विकास अभिप्रेत आहे. विद्यार्थ्यांच्या सर्वांगीण विकासासाठी आवश्यक घटकांपैकी वाचन हे एक अतिशय आवश्यक घटक आहे. विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये श्रवण, भाषण, वाचन व लेखन या क्षमता प्राथमिक शालेय स्तरापासूनच सुरू होतात, परंतु अगदी विद्यापीठ स्तरावरही या क्षमता विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये पोहोचणे गरजेचे आहे. या क्षमतांपैकी श्रवण व वाचन या ग्रहणात्मक क्षमता आहे, तर भाषण व लेखन प्रकटीकरणात्मक क्षमता आहेत. तर वाचन म्हणजे काय? वाचन या शब्दात वच असा संस्कृत मधील धातू आहे. वाचन हे धातू साधित नाम आहे. लिखित भाषा वाचनाच्या प्रक्रियेला वाचन कौशल्य म्हणतात. जसे आपण पुस्तक वाचतो, वर्तमान पत्र वाचतो इत्यादी. परंतु वाचनाचा खरा अर्थ म्हणजे भाव आणि विचारांना लिखित भाषेच्या माध्यमातून वाचून व समजून घेणे होय. आधुनिक युग हे वैशिष्ट्यांचे युग आहे. माणसाला प्रत्येक क्षेत्रात उत्कृष्टता मिळवायची असते, जेणेकरून तो स्वतःचा संपूर्ण विकास करू शकेल, जे वाचनाशिवाय अशक्य आहे. जीवनातील प्रत्येक क्षेत्रात वाचनाचे महत्व आहे. वाचनाने ज्ञान प्राप्ती होते. वाचनाने शब्दसंग्रह वाढून भाषा प्रगल्भ होते. वाचनामुळे मन एकाग्र होते. वाचनाने वैचारिक दृष्टिकोन मिळतो. वाचनामुळे व्यक्तित्व विकास होण्यास मदत होते. धार्मिक चरित्रात्मक वाचनातून समाजकारणाची प्रेरणा मिळते. ग्रंथालयामध्ये अनेक प्रकारचे वाचन साहित्य उपलब्ध असते. विद्यार्थ्यांची वाचनाची अभिरुची लक्षात ठेवून ग्रंथालयात योग्य वाचन साहित्य विद्यार्थ्यांना ग्रंथालयामार्फत उपलब्ध करून दिले पाहिजे व तसेच ग्रंथालयात उपलब्ध वाचन साहित्याची माहिती वाचकांना वेगवेगळ्या उपक्रम घेऊन देता येते, जेणेकरून ज्ञानप्राप्तीसाठी वाचक त्यांचा उपयोग करू शकतो. वाचन संस्कृतीच्या प्रसारात ग्रंथालयाची मोलाची भूमिका असते. विद्यार्थी दशेतच जेव्हा एखाद्याला वाचनाची गोडी लागते तेव्हा ती आयुष्याच्या शेवटपर्यंत त्यांच्याशी एकनिष्ठ राहू शकते. विद्यार्थी, प्राध्यापक, रिसर्चर यांना आवश्यक वाचन साहित्य पुरवणे, ग्रंथालयाच्या उपयोगाकरिता नवीन वाचकांना ग्रंथालयात उपलब्ध वाचन साहित्य, ग्रंथालयामार्फत देण्यात येणाऱ्या विविध सेवा सुविधा यांची माहिती देणे, विद्यार्थ्यांना ग्रंथालयाचे महत्त्व समजावून देणे, विविध प्रकारे त्यांना मार्गदर्शन करणे, विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये वाचन कौशल्य विकसित करणे, संदर्भ ग्रंथाची माहिती देऊन त्यांच्यातील मजकुरांची व त्या ग्रंथाचा उपयोग आपण कसा व केव्हा करावायचा याविषयी मार्गदर्शन करणे, विशेष दिवशी ग्रंथ प्रदर्शन आयोजित करणे व ग्रंथांवर चर्चासत्रे आयोजित करणे इत्यादी कार्य शैक्षणिक ग्रंथालय पार पाडतात. विद्यार्थ्यांना ग्रंथ वाचनाचे महत्त्व पटवून देण्याकरिता व तसेच विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये वाचनाची गोडी निर्माण करण्याकरिता ग्रंथालयामार्फत निबंध स्पर्धा, पुस्तक प्रदर्शन, पुस्तक भेट, पुस्तकांचे वाटप, पुस्तकावर चर्चासत्र, वाचन कट्टा इत्यादी अनेक प्रकारचे विविध उपक्रम राबवता येऊ शकते. 15 ऑक्टोबर भारताचे माजी राष्ट्रपती डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम यांचा जन्मदिवस आपण वाचन प्रेरणा दिवस म्हणून साजरा करतो. शेक्सपियर यांच्या स्मृतिप्रीत्यर्थ 23 एप्रिल हा दिवस संपूर्ण जगभरात ओके मॅम. ग्रंथालयातील वाचन साहित्याचा आपण वाचकांना पुरस्कार देऊ शकतो. त्यातील प्रिंट आणि ई संसाधन दोन्ही प्रकारचे वाचन साहित्याचा जो सर्वात जास्त वाचक उपयोग करतो त्यांना आपण ग्रंथालयामार्फत हे पुरस्कार देता येते. वाचनाने काही थोर व्यक्ती घडलेले आहे ज्यांचे नाव मी इथे PPT मध्ये दाखवलेले आहे. या सगळ्यांच्या जीवनावर वाचन लेखन संस्काराचा प्रभाव प्रचंड होता. प्रचंड वाचनामुळेच या सर्वांचे कर्तृत्व, व्यक्तित्व तथा त्यांचे ज्ञान सर्व जगाने मान्य केले आहे. महिला महाविद्यालयाच्या ग्रंथालयात मध्ये पण भरपूर प्रकारचे असे थोर पुरुषांचे वाचन साहित्य आहे ज्यांनी विद्यार्थ्यांनी वाचावे याकरिता आम्ही 17, 19, 20 मध्ये विद्यार्थ्यांकरिता एक उपक्रम राबविण्यात आला होता. या उपक्रमाचे मुख्य उद्देश होते की ग्रंथालयात उपलब्ध जे वाचन साहित्य आहे थोर व्यक्तींचे त्यांनी समाजासाठी केलेल्या महान कार्याची प्रेरणा मिळेल म्हणून त्यांनी ते वाचायला पाहिजे व त्यांना वाचनाची सवय लागली पाहिजे याकरिता आम्ही हा उपक्रम घेतलेला होता. त्याची सविस्तर माहिती मी या PPT मध्ये दिलेली आहे की आम्ही कशा प्रकारे हा उपक्रम राबविला. या उपक्रमात एकूण 243 विद्यार्थिनींनी सहभाग घेतला. खास म्हणजे माझा म्हणण्याचा हा प्रयत्न होता की विद्यार्थी ग्रंथालयात फक्त टेक्स्टबुक वाचण्याकरिता येतात, त्याशिवाय ते इतर पुस्तकं वाचतच नाही. म्हणून आम्ही हा उपक्रम घेतला जेणेकरून त्यांना थोर व्यक्तींची व त्यांच्या महान कार्याची माहिती प्राप्त.
यू कॅन कन्क्लूड मॅम प्लीज.
तर शेवटी मी हे सांगू इच्छिते की आजच्या आधुनिक युगात समाज माध्यमांचा वापर वाढलेला आहे व जीवनशैली सुद्धा बदललेली आहे. तरी सुद्धा या युगात ग्रंथालयाचे महत्त्व तितकेच आहे, कारण ग्रंथालय हे शाश्वत असून वाचन संस्कृती ही ग्रंथालयामुळेच आज टिकून आहे. माझ्या पेपरसाठी मी हे संदर्भ वापरलेले आहे. थँक्यू. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request our chair and co-chair to moderate the session and give their valuable opinions. Off to you, ma'am. Farzana ma'am and Farah ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening, one and all. In fact, it was very interesting and interactive sessions, and many inputs came from the participants, and research-oriented papers, what we were expecting were seen. We will not give each presenter's presentation. What we will do due to paucity of time, we will give a general presentation review. Hope that's okay. What do you say, Paramis?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll just take 5 minutes and 5-10 minutes, and then you can also give your own view. Is it okay, Nasrin, Miss Sanjay sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Fine.
Okay, madam.
We began the presentation with very apt topic wherein we had seen that how NEP has accepted that sports and physical educations, they have vital for personality development, and it advocates the integration of sports through cross-curriculum pedagogy, which one paper presenter has highlighted. So the research paper papers on curriculum in physical education, what we started with. And then it was followed with impact of COVID on sports industry. So these two papers highlighted the need to include physical education curriculum, which the NEP syllabi is very well presenting it. We had presenters highlighting topics like dreaming, Jain and non-Jain scriptures, Jainism, a path to spiritual purification. All these presentations took us to NEP 2020 perspective, which recognizes rich heritage, cultural diversification, Indian knowledge system. Some papers highlighted on the principles of ethical conduct and a comparative analysis. Then there were some presenters who emphasized on feminist movement. NEP 2020 has examined as a potential catalyst for change, wherein the paper presented on gender inclusive education, empowerment, and gender sensitization. Yes, there are challenges including in the implementation and the gaps ahead. The paper rightly pointed out those things. The research paper on anxiety in maths and mental health, the homesick employees, very well highlighted the issues of health and anxiety. A comprehensive survey analysis was presented, further giving the suggestions, which was very good. The research paper on mindset of consumers in Jharkhand and then Consumer Protection Act, extensively these paper presenters highlighted on the environmental degradation and the legality of the act, the SPSS software analysis and the research culture further, which was emphasized here in these two papers, takes us how multidisciplinary research is essential in present era. What our today's conference theme has also highlighted upon. वाचन आणि ग्रंथालय याची अतिशय महत्वाची भूमिका हा शेवटचा पेपर. We started with physical education and we ended with library. In fact, we started in inauguration with a librarian who had emphasized on the role of libraries, on importance of reading. खूप छान लेख होता मॅडम आणि अतिशय खूप चांगली शोध संघटन तुम्ही मांडून दिली होती या प्रेझेंटेशन मधून. There was presentation on students' trend, which highlighted the features of NEP, focusing on flexibility among learners to choose expansion of vocational and skill courses. Yes, of course, the presenter has rightly pointed out that there were varieties, but yes, there are challenges ahead, like infrastructure limitations, financial constraints, which actually while implementation, we will have to come up. So the presenter had already emphasized these challenges, and it was very nice sharing this session. In fact, we learned a lot of things. I am sure Faramis will agree with me. I congratulate the organizing team for the successful organization of this international conference. Gratitudes to honorable management, principal sir, convener, co-convener, and the team for giving us the opportunity. Wonderful research paper presentation. Thank you very much. Over to you, Faramis.
Thank you, Dr. Farzana. I would like to mention, first of all, I want to express my appreciation for the hard work and dedication of all the presenters who have shared their work with us today. While we may have differing perspectives and opinions, let us strive to engage with each other thoughtfully and respectfully, recognizing the value of diverse viewpoints in enriching our feedback. Farzana ma'am have almost covered all the papers. I would like to mention, as I'm from commerce and management background, I would would be mentioning about few papers Like, for example, the paper Future Benefits and Upcoming Opportunities of Blockchain in E-Commerce offered a compelling vision of transformative potential of blockchain in reshaping the future of online commerce. Similarly, the paper on the detrimental effects of mathematical anxiety on students, learning outcomes and academic problems. With this paper, I would mention that the author have practically recommended and committed to students by supporting the students' mathematical well-being, and the paper served as a valuable resource for educators, researchers, and policymakers seeking to address the challenge posed by mathematical anxiety and promote equitable access to quality mathematics education for all students. The paper Corporate Well-being Elevation with Respect to Mental Health and Health of Homesick Employees sheds light on the challenges faced by the employees experiencing homesickness in the workplace and offers practical strategies for promoting mental health and well-being within corporate settings. The paper Consumer Protection Act and Awareness in E-Commerce offers a comprehensive examination of legal framework, consumer rights, and awareness initiatives in the context of e-commerce transactions. Again, the another paper, the impact of COVID-19 on sports industry. It has illustrated how the pandemic has disrupted sporting events, leagues, and competitions, leading to financial losses, logistical challenges, and shifts in consumer behavior. The paper Student Trends in Marketing and Management in NEP 2020, it represented a significant contribution to our understanding of evolving dynamic of education policy and student aspiration in India. I would like to congratulate all the paper presenters and the organizing team for the successful arrangement or completion of this paper. Over to you, sir, and Miss Nasrin, Miss Sanjay, sir. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, ma'am.
Most welcome, ma'am, and thank you so much. At least we could see each other virtually. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You deserve.
Over to Parinita, madam.
Yes, I, on behalf of Research Committee and IQAC, also would like to propose a vote of thanks. And Farzana Miss and Farah Miss, thank you so much for accepting our, from your busy schedule, you have taken time and accepted our request for being adoring this session. Thank you so much. And now I am requesting Shaista ma'am to continue with the valedictory session. Please, ma'am, Shaista ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. As we have come together for this valedictory function of International Conference today, I'm honored and delighted to introduce the driving force of our gathering, our conference director and principal, Dr. Sajid Hundekar sir, with his steadfast leadership and unwavering dedication to fostering a global collaboration. He has steered us towards a new horizon of knowledge exchange and innovation. I would extend a warm welcome to our esteemed principal, sir, whose vision and guidance have made this event possible. Would request you, sir, to please share your thoughts on it.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening now. Yes, thanks, Dr. Farzana ma'am and Mrs. Farah Khan from UAE. Thanks for giving the valuable inputs as a chair and co-chairperson on this particular one-day international conference on the pivotal role of multidisciplinary research in hastening the National Education Policy 2020 cross-discipline. And we have seen so many papers along this one. And I'm glad to have this Sunday, full day, we are sitting over here and we are enjoyed for the keynote address. Especially, I'm delighted with the first Dr. Jenny Fernandez ma'am. She has given an excellent presentation. The way of PPT presentation and the topic which has been selected about the research, how the research paper has to be prepared with the help of the AIs, and how you can plagiarism is cut out, how you can change your grammar and everything. That is a very, very important one for the young generations who are going to become to be continue as researchers. Then the second one is from my Pune University, that is Dr. Rajendra Kumbar sir, about the NEP. He has been explained about the library role. And after that, the Abhijit Kelkar sir, he has explained very nice. So these are the three keynote address, and I'm really impressed with this, and especially participants. Yes, the participants who are there, 128 paper, more than that we have been research papers we have been gathered in a short term of time. And I thank especially the Wagmare brothers and my research committee, Dr. Nasrin Kolar and his team members, as well as Mr. Sanjay Kalekar, the IQAC, and the respective the team members of the IQC, and our college teachers who has enrolled, and there are more than 30 papers from A. Kalasekar College has been contributed. It is a very good and very fruitful, and we have seen a very good papers during this session, and we have enjoyed. And especially I like that there are the 5, 6, 7 participants are there from the Jain community was there. They have read the papers and they have given a commendable feedback, and especially one more is there from the Bihar. So these are the two important feedback we have got on the chat box itself. And hopefully I will thank all those who have been there. Especially I thank Parinita ma'am, then Shaista ma'am, who has done excellent comparing, very nice. And this particular conference has been a grand success. This is the contribution of each and everyone, and this is your success. So enjoy the success and have a good day. Thank you. Have a nice day. Over to Parinita ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Sajid Ali, sir, to propose a vote of thanks. Dr. Sajid Ali, sir.
Okay, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Audible, sir.
you're audible.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Research Committee and the IQAC, I, Dr. Sajid Ali, would like to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for being present and actively participating in this important international conference. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Trustees of Darul Ahmad Trust for giving their precious time and gracing the gathering. I am also grateful to the guest speaker, Principal Sir, Chair and Co-Chair of the technical session, Dr. Janice Fernandez, Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, Dr. Rajendra Kumbar, Dr. Kindori Thakkar, Dr. Sajid Hindekar Sir, Dr. Vandana Chowre, ma'am, and Mrs. Farah ma'am, for sharing their valuable insight, expertise, and research findings. Your contribution have enhanced our knowledge of the critical role of multidisciplinary research in implementing and advancing the new education policy 2020. I extend my deepest gratitude to the delegates and participants from far and wide for being a part of this conference. Your active participation and thought-provoking talk have truly made this event a tremendous success. I special thank to our conference partner, the Wagmare brothers, for their involvement. Sir, your commitment to encourage academic debates and research efforts is greatly appreciated. Finally, I would like to recognize the devotion and hard work of the organizing committee members and staff who have worked on a lot for this conference. We are really thankful for their unshakable commitment. Thank you again to everyone who made this conference a success. We look forward to continue this journey of research and collaboration in the future. Thank you once again and have a nice day. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Arinita, ma'am.
Sanjay sir, now should we wind up or conclude?
मुझे कुछ कहना है, चूंकि मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी है और मल्टीलिंगुअल भी है, तो चमन में इख्तिलात रंग बू से बात बनती है, चमन में इख्तिलात रंग बू से बात बनती है, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो, means collective efforts and results which we can see on this platform today. मैं डॉक्टर कोल्हार नसरीन, हेड ऑफ द रिसर्च कमेटी सेल एंड कन्वीनर ऑफ टुडेज वन डे मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए तमाम खुसूसी मेहमानान का, पार्टिसिपेंट्स का, को पार्टनर, कॉलेज मैनेजमेंट, प्रिंसिपल एंड वेरी कोऑपरेटिव रिसर्च कमेटी, आईक्यूसी एंड ऑल द स्टाफ मेंबर्स का रिसर्च कमेटी की जानिब से, आईक्यूसी की जानिब से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। बात मैंने शुरू की थी शेर से, खत्म भी करूंगी शेर से ही। मुसाफिर हैं हम भी, मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर हैं हम भी, मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, किसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात होगी, किसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात होगी। शुक्रिया, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sanjay sir.
Thank you so much, everyone, again. And we should stand up for the national anthem, I believe. Please, Parinita, madam.
On behalf of my company, Sri Wagmare Brothers, thanks to Kalasekar sir, trustee of the college, principal of the college, especially Nasrin madam for cooperate and giving the tender for marketing, publication and certification of these events. I would like to thank heartily. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Parinita, madam. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
A request to all of us, all of you, to stand up for national anthem at last. Keep your
Yes,
mics
sir.
on so that the way you sing, that would be heard by all of us. Please start.
Sing everyone.
सर स्टार्ट कीजिए।
गण गण मन
अधिनायक
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा
उत्कल जलधितरंगा, तव शुभ नाम जागे, तव शुभ मागे, गाय
तव जय गाथा
जन गण मंगल
दायक जय हे
भारत
भाग्य विधाता
जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So hereby we wind it up. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining this international conference.
With the permission of the
Thank you
with
once
the
again.
permission of the principal, may I shut down the conference?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, yes,
Please,
sir. Thank you, Wagmar
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wagmare sir. Thank
Thank
you
you.
all those before the screen and behind the screen, Sabha Miss, Humera Miss, and all others who are working back end. all the participants. We look forward for your participation in our next conference as well.
And continuous association too.
Thank you.
True.
Next conference we'll get
Thank
very
you.
soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paramis, for
Thank
joining
you.
from UAE.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Yes, sir. Wagmare, sir, please.
Yes, sir.